It's echoing because you're in your chair.
I need to hide myself. If
Yes.
person is something, you need to hide yourself too.
Well, no, I'm hidden over here, so you don't see me up there. And you don't need to hide yourself.
I can just.
Check, correct.
Eight. 38. I did so it's so bad. On this. See, on the chest. So. Ang pinagalan niya. Ang pinagalan niya. Dun sa part sa
2 cases. Okay.
kapag sa video. Stay ko. Saan yung video mo ng ano? Parang serving ko na. Wala siya na. Kasi nasa audio pa eh. You have to go to the video itself. Video. Oh. Gusto niyo mo ba? All the video. Gusto mo pagdala ko sa iyo. So go to bumalik ko dun sa video. Okay. And then ako ng punta dun sa audio. Nasa audio na kasi ito. Doon ako pumunta sa may parang video na iPhone. Kita mo ako sa o panels iwas na tayo. And then, andito ka o. Punta ka dyan sa ayun ka na o. Ayun na. All you have to do is, yes, compress. I did already. That's why I didn't do. Pero bakit wala ako dito si dahil yung keep just on this.
Yeah.
For this month, so they won't introduce the additional dates. Because again, this at the place, I have Jenny article. Go home, but yes, okay, so. Ano? Yung ka narinig pa. Bawa ka na news kayo sa akin. Hindi pa. So, paano wala kong ganun mga pag nagsasalita ang i-off mo ang yes. Hindi tayo nakikita. Hindi ang nakikita. Yung speak. Yan na. Ilagay ko na. So, tapos na. Ganyan lang tayo. Feeling the yung nagpapakili tapos pinagawa na lang in-press ko na ang lumabas ko ngayon. Kasi I added as a panelist sa panelist. Thank you. Kaya sa about soon. Ipadala natin kina Janet. Diretso mo na. Okay. Janet, Madeline, Jonathan, and Benny. Paano may grade stop na rin. Sana ka naman.
And no one in the room can have it to me.
You're supposed to use that para wala pa siya. So you can hear it. Otherwise, kung i-on it off mo, tawag ka ng feedback. Dito. James,
Yes,
you had one more chair here for Janet.
yes. You're welcome.
Incidentals. Ikaw pa rin yung natin. Ako naman mag-approve. Approve na lahat. Yung ano, headset to. Sabi mo. Oh, talaga. Kung saan na yun. Splendid. Nakapag nung ako pa. Splendid. James. Business about James. Hindi. How do I know this? James, the godmother. Yan. Pareho naman kayo din marunong. No, kasi narinig. So, baka doon sa name, narinig na. Really? So, so, hindi mo na siya pwedeng i-add kasi ito ang bata. So you can rename it to any you want people. Ako i-rename ko kasi lumalabas mo na PNA 8. So I will rename myself.
You know what I mean is, di ba pag pinatay ko, parang siya, i-eliminate na logo.
Not them, because that is a background.
Accident is your background. Yung sa akin, ang background ko is sa akin.
We're all using the same background.
Ako.
Sometimes
I think is the editors.
about the pagandang pinipin tinatapos ko pa rin. Because of the because ano ilalagay ko sa akin?
James.
Yes.
Get my.
I'll have to get another power strip.
Tiyago, lahat din naman doon, nagbagsak ang kanya, kaya mo pa na tuloy kami mataba. Para patuloy na ako lang. Wala yung skill niya, lahat ka nagbagsak, ako tuloy lumaba. Sabi si Kyle, nagbagsak, hindi naman siya diabetic. Ano ba niya siya? Once na nakuha niya. Kasi ano, the range na.
So we have the 5 founders and Lolita is one of them. So we are 5 diverse nurse associations, and the first one is APINA, and that is the Asian American Pacific Islander Nurse Association Incorporated. NAN, which is the National Association of Hispanic Nurses. NANA-INA, which is the National Alaska Native American Indian Nurse Association. NBNA, which is the National Black Nurse Association. And PNAA, which is the Filipino Nurse Association of America Incorporated. And our mission for NCMNA is to be a unified, diverse voice advocating for equality and justice in healthcare. We want all of our communities to have access and quality care for their needs, not just a few, but for everyone. Sorry about that. I'll get used to it right after I'm done, probably. All right, so moving on. So our mission and reach. So as you heard, NCMNA champions advocacy, diversity, equity, justice, and healthcare. We serve as a unified voice for all ethnic minority nurses, not just the 5, but for all. And we represent over 1 million minority nurses throughout the United States. So what do you do? What do we do? So we drive change through our leadership and advocacy. We champion culturally competent, accessible, and affordable healthcare. We promote the professional educational advancement of our minority nurses. And much of this work is done through the different associations who provide education, leadership, mentorship, and scholarship, because we want all of our nurses to feel that they have the right information. Because remember, many of the minority nurses, many of them are the first to attend college, correct? So we don't have the guidance that many other people have. So we use these associations to help us and guide us so that we can get there as well. And we also do this education of consumers, healthcare professionals through our policy summit. We currently have an annual policy health summit, and we have had this in Los Angeles, California for the last 5, this will be our 5th year, coming up in April 9th and 10th in 2026. And you're all invited to attend. We welcome you all. And there we discuss and promote health policies that will move us forward to get our communities there where they need to be. Another example of what we do is most recently, we collaborated with the American Nursing Association and to put together a racial reckoning think tank. And this is an effort to acknowledge the past wrongs that ANA has done to our organizations, and to start talking about a path for us to move forward and heal. And our group together came up with 20 recommendations, and those recommendations were prioritized into 4 categories. And these recommendations aim to create a definitive institutional change to promote equity in all in the American Nursing Association and the nursing profession. So there's going to be more coming out through the American Nursing Association. I was also going to touch on global nursing, but we already had a whole talk on it, right, on the keynote. But what I want to just point out here is that throughout the world, we have 36 million registered nurses throughout the world. We're still the largest healthcare workforce for we're the largest healthcare profession in the world. So how about here in the United States? So nursing remains, again, here in the United States, the largest healthcare profession with nearly 5 million nurses. And what we hear is that post-pandemic, we've kind of stabilized, but we hear, and we heard it today, is that we're going to have shortages probably in all of our states soon. And what's the reason for that? And the reason is that many surveys that they're putting out state that about 40% of the nurses are getting ready to leave nursing. About half of them will be through retirement. As you know, many of our retirees came back for the COVID pandemic, and now they're ready to leave again. So we're going to lose about 22% of our retirees within the next 5 years. And many of the nurses intend to leave because of what you're hearing, right? You heard it this morning from Dr. Saria. They're leaving because they're stressed. They're leaving the profession. So we need to somehow work to try to keep them and continue, because we need the, especially our experienced nurses. We need to keep them. And I also wanted to share with you the demographics within the nursing workforce, and we still remain about 80% white Caucasian. We're about 6.3% Black African American, 7.3 Asian, 6.9 are Hispanic, 0.4 are Pacific Islander Native Hawaiian, and 0.4 American Indian Alaska Native. And the majority of nurses are female, correct? So I just wanted to add that men in nursing are rising up. It's almost up to 11.2%. And another note that I'd like to leave you with is that the majority of the registered nurses that are entering practice currently have a bachelor's degree. They're coming in with the bachelor's degree, and you know that employers look favorably to this, right? They want us to have those degrees. So looking at the demographics, what do you think? Is there more work to be done? Yes, absolutely. And this is why, one of the reasons why our organizations continue to exist. So I also want to share with you the positions that will continue to grow. And one of the main positions is nurse practitioners. And as you may or may not know, that there's a shortage of physicians as well, especially in primary care. So who's filling those positions? Nurse practitioners. And there's a great need, not just in primary care, family practice, but also in geriatrics and in mental health. So these are the ones that are projected to grow. So nurse anesthetics, nurse midwife, and of course, the registered nurse. So we need to continue to promote nursing, to recruit, and we need to recruit our own, as very, very much so. So I'm going to stop here, but I just want to mention something to you, and this is coming from my heart. I feel like I need to talk to you a little bit about this. So our current environment, I feel like they're trying to erase all of us minorities really from this earth. This is what I'm feeling right now. And all the work that we have done through all these years on DEI, they just want to make it disappear. They don't want us to talk about it. They're giving us a list of the words we can't say. We can't say words like advocacy. We can't talk about, or our titles can't hold these anymore. And many people come to me and ask me, why do your organization exist? Why do they need to exist if we have the American Nursing Association to represent us all? But we know that more than ever, we need NCMNA, we need PNAA to continue to exist. And that tells me that we need to work 2 times harder, maybe 10 times harder, maybe 100 times harder, but we're not going anywhere. We will continue to exist. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, doctor, for that. Morning, everyone. Good to see you. Welcome to everyone online. First, congratulations on your first policy summit. This is wonderful. And thank you so much for inviting me. I'm honored to be here along with this esteemed panel and all of you. My name is John Sebastian. I'm the CEO of Health Carousel. Sadly, I am not a nurse. However, I am married to a 30-year nurse, and I'm doing what I can to support the nursing shortage. My oldest daughter is a clinical dietitian, and I'm pleased to say my middle daughter just 2 weeks ago passed her nursing exam. And so now she's officially a, yes, I think I clapped harder. It's as much a celebration as it is a relief, as for those of you that have children that have taken the nursing exam. So now she's a oncology nurse in Christ Hospital in Cincinnati, Ohio. All right, let me. Nope. Nope. Okay, I'm also not very good at using the presentation flow. Okay, I don't think I pressed it though. Is someone gonna move it for me? Okay, nope. I can move it now. All right, very good. All right, so the focus today is insights on recruitment and retention, and I want to first talk about Health Carousel. Who here is familiar with Health Carousel? Has heard of our name before? Well, that's great. For those of you that aren't aware, we are the largest international healthcare staffing company in the United States. We're currently working with over 1,000 Filipino healthcare professionals. Nearly 1,000 nurses in the United States are members of the Health Carousel family working with us today. This builds on our over 20-year history in this space, and working in particular in the Philippines through our partner agency, Health Carousel Philippines, which is a POEA certified organization. I do have a couple colleagues who are here today, just in case you want to say hi. Mr. Eric Schumann is our CEO, and Mr. Andrew Lingo, who heads our sustainability and also is the director of our Health Carousel Foundation, which I'll briefly mention. So, today the focus is on transition and acculturation. And the key insight that I want to provide is this doesn't just happen at the end of the process. This happens throughout the process, beginning at the very start with recruitment. So, pardon me. So I want to walk through this process and talk about its relevance to what we're talking about here today. So a few things I would point out here. So first, Health Carousel is proud to be a certified ethical recruiter with True Merit. Peter mentioned that earlier. And we are an employer-paid model, which means that our organization pays for all costs throughout the entire process until the healthcare professional ultimately arrives. And then we're successful as the healthcare professional is successful. That's how we make money. And so our success is entirely invested in making sure that the healthcare professionals that work for us are successful and transition and are acculturated and are happy in the United States. I would also point out, as part of the recruiting effort, fair and transparent contracting. A key part at the beginning is that the internationally educated nurse understands their expectation and their obligations before beginning on the journey with us. The next step I would talk about is preparation. Now, again, as an employer, we support the healthcare professional passing their NCLEX, passing all relevant exams, including the English speaking exam. One interesting thing that we do to support not only the passing of the English exam, but also supports acculturation is we have a program called Conversation Partners. We actually pair each of the candidates we're working with in our pipeline with a US-based healthcare cell employee who has weekly conversations with the person. That not only helps them to prepare for the exam, but also helps them build a connection with someone in the US and feel more comfortable in working with the US. And I've had a couple conversation partners myself, and it's always wonderful to talk to people from around the world and hear all the interesting questions and realize that we all watch the same Netflix shows is one of my key insights. Next is the processing. And, this is a place that we take on the burden of managing the complexity of the US visa and licensure process for all of our healthcare professionals. This is expensive. It's increasingly expensive. And as an employer paid model, we are investing this well ahead of when the healthcare professional comes to the United States. But one unique thing that we do is we also manage the entire process for that healthcare professional's family. And this, of course, is very important to the transition and acculturation of the healthcare professional because they're often traveling with family. And it's just as important and arguably more important that their family effectively settles in the United States because the healthcare professional has a job to do, but often their family members, or in particular their children, need help and support. And that's a service that we also provide to our healthcare professionals in the processing. Next, let's talk about readiness. And, these healthcare professionals, when they come to the United States, will be Health Carousel's employees. And so it really is on us to ensure their readiness, not just to come to the United States, but also throughout their journey. And this is both clinical and cultural. So we have a staff, including our own chief nursing officer, to support their clinical needs. And the education of internationally trained nurses is impressive. And it is just as good, if not better, than the United States. But there certainly are differences in the manner of practice. And so we put a lot of focus in investing in helping to make the transition to practice for some of the differences that they'll experience in working as a nurse in the United States versus working in their home country. I want to spend a little bit more time on readiness and some of the unique things we do that in particular connect with transition acculturation. And, one of the unique things about what we do is there's sort of two models when you think about how international educated nurses can come to the United States. One is what I will call the direct model, where either an employer, like we have a couple employers here today, or an agency working with that employer will recruit and secure that nurse for a particular employer. And that's a fine model. Our model is what I would call a staffing model. What's different about ours is we work with over 150 hospitals across 48 states in the United States. And this enables a couple things for our client partners. It enables us to invest in the pipeline of candidates well ahead of the client needs. So what that means is we have internationally educated nurses who are available to come to the United States much faster than if the direct employer began the process themselves. It also enables us, as a benefit to both clients and candidates, it also enables us to make great matches. So as opposed to focusing on one employer, this is an example of a survey that we provide to all of our internationally educated nurses that we're working with to understand their geographic interests, their cultural interests, to understand some of the needs of their family. Depending on where they're coming from, the province they may be located from, they may be looking for more of a rural experience, more of an urban experience if they're coming with family, or they have family that's located somewhere in the United States. Often they want to be located near them. So what we focus on, which is an important part of this process, is making great matches, is understanding the needs of the healthcare professional and matching them up with a clinical organization, a hospital client that will best fit both their clinical and their cultural needs. Another real challenge in the transition process is housing. A theme that comes up often is without a social security number and without a credit history, the housing process is very challenging for someone transitioning to the United States. And not only that, as I'm sure you all would agree, having your housing, and in particular if you have a family, is such an important part of settling in a new country, is knowing where you're going to live and be able to establish your roots. So an important service that we provide is we also manage the entire housing process on behalf of our as our candidates. And this is a key part of readiness, is starting to prepare for them to come to the United States. And for those of us that live here in the United States, I'm sure you've experienced challenging in housing. That challenge is much higher for those that are coming without some of those resources. So that's a key part of readiness that we're providing. Now let's talk a little bit about the support. And, this is a key place that we put a lot of focus, is the effective transition, because we know that in particular at the beginning of the process, what they experience when the healthcare professional comes to the United States in their first few weeks will really help determine what is their experience in the United States. So I'd point out a couple things here. The first is, and I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this, is our unique process of arrivals and the way that we manage that process on behalf of the healthcare professional. I would also, highlight our clinical support team and how they're also part of helping them transition to what is not only a new country, but also a new job. So let's talk a little bit about what we call arrivals. And this is something that we do uniquely, is we actually meet our healthcare professional in the city where they're going to be relocating with a health carousel employees and welcome them to the United States and help them to really get off on the right foot while they're there. So there's several reasons why these arrivals are important, but they really set the tone for what their experience is going to look like. In advance of their arrival experience, they get a bio and actually get to meet with who's going to be meeting them at the airport. So they know who to look for and they know a little bit about their background. And we really have a desire to provide a white glove service. There's a lot of emotion in not only the individual, but also their family in coming to the United States. And we recognize that and want to support them on it. So I have a few fun pictures here of some of the arrivals and what they look like. This is one of our favorite experiences. You can see in here, these are families, and it really is often the entire family comes to the United States. They're excited and nervous, and we welcome them at the airport. So this is a visual of meeting at the airport. Then what we'll typically do is we'll take them to their housing. There's a couple pictures of housing here. We'll also help them to open a bank account. Another real challenge for someone that is coming to the United States is, again, without a social security number, it's difficult to secure a bank account. But we have agreements with banks that enable us to open up that bank account and educate them on the role that it provides. We also take them to their new employer, show them how to get from where they live to where their employer is. Here's a we can still hear it. Yeah. Okay. Great work. Great work. He did it. Great work. He did it. All right. So another challenge in coming to the United States is driving. And not only driving, but also securing a car. Same challenges, in particular without a credit history, very difficult to obtain a lease for an automobile. We have services that help them to secure an automobile and also help, typically we set them up during the arrival with driving lessons as well. Here's some more picture. The other thing that we do is we introduce them to their arrival ambassador. So we find someone, often if they are Filipino, it is a PNAA member located in the same town where they are. And yes, and the purpose here is to give them a relationship in that location so they have another resource to ask questions. Often some of the questions people are a bit embarrassed to ask about certain things, like how does this work? And this provides them a resource. These are pictures of people with their arrival ambassadors that gives them another resource for them to be able to ask some of those difficult questions. Another thing that we do is we then, I know you all like to party, and we have different events, particularly in the key cities where we have concentrations of healthcare professionals. We will bring them together so that there's, again, a sense of community and more connection. In the interest of time, I'll focus on just two more things. The last area we focus on is around their career, right? So these healthcare professionals are our employees for the first 3 years that they're here. And one of the things that we want to ensure is the retention of that healthcare professional, not only their successful transition in the United States, but also at their employer. Over 90% of the healthcare professionals that we bring to a particular healthcare client in the United States transition to that healthcare client. And that's because we treat them as our employees and design their experience to maximize their success in that location with their hospital client. I wanted to include a picture of someone celebrating in front of the hospital. One of the things we do as part of the arrival experience is we take every healthcare professional to the hospital where they're going to be working, and we always capture a picture there. That's one of our favorite things. I heard a number of things, real things about the shortage and the impact that it's having on healthcare professionals. And one of the things I want you to know is our employees, our healthcare professionals have the same benefits that myself, Eric, and Andrew have. They have the full same benefits in terms of 401k. We teach them about saving for their retirement, but we also provide important health and wellness resources, as well as career resources like their career ladder. The last area I want to briefly mention is our reinvestment. We heard a number of great presentations today around the importance of not only addressing the shortage in the United States, but also the impact that has on the source country. One of the things Health Carousel is proud to do is to reinvest back in home country. In the last 3 years, we've invested in 26 nurse educator scholarships in the Philippines. We believe that that's very important. It has a multiplier effect where for every educator that we provide, it increases the supply. We've also trained over 5,000 Filipinos in our NLE masterclass. And we have a couple Cold Iron Fellow graduates who are here today. I was briefly talking with you one also. Oh, no, you're not. And this year, we're proud to sponsor 2 Cold Iron Fellows who are both in the Philippines. So it's a wonderful program where we're reinvesting back in the source country, not just in the destination country. So I want to end where I started around ethics and sustainability. Ethics is all about, the moral principles that guide the way that we act. And I hope you see that the way our process is designed is really to ensure the effective transition and acculturation and support of the healthcare professionals throughout their journey, and not just the healthcare professional, but also their family, and then reinvesting back in the source country for us to be not only ethical, but also sustainable. So thank you very much for having me today.
Got it. All right, good morning. first and foremost, it's funny, you put together these slides ahead of the time, and one, I'm not very good at standing behind a podium and a microphone, so forgive me, it's much easier for me to stroll or wander back and forth. But I'm going to change everything I was going to talk about, right? Because I think you've had great conversation this morning, and at the end of the day, me standing here and telling you more about the same things over and over again probably isn't what you're looking for. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about some of the things that we are doing at Henry Ford Health, and how we are trying to grow this community of Philippine nurses here in the city and the Southeast Michigan. How many of you are from Michigan? All right, like 3 hands went up. Okay. So how many of you is this the first time you've been to Detroit? All right. What up, Doe? Welcome to the city of Detroit. It's undergoing an incredible renaissance. So let me tell you a little bit about Henry Ford Health, maybe, there we go. So today, Henry Ford Health is roughly 14,000 bedside nurses. I have about 18,000 nurses who work in the system in different roles and tasks across the organization. You can see here some of the statistics. I won't go through all of them. We are now 13 acute care hospitals, about 50,000 team members, 550 sites of care. We are the largest employer in the state of Michigan. It's not Ford, it's not GM, it's Henry Ford Health. Yay. You can see we are a truly integrated delivery system. We have our own payer. We have all kinds of sites of care, primary care, urgent care, community resources, et cetera. So it's a very large integrated delivery system here in the state of Michigan. Just to give you a little bit of a sense of reference, this is where we are spread out across Southeast Michigan. So lots of different sites of care. But really what we're here to talk about today and is our journey around the recruitment of internationally educated nurses, and specifically nurses from the Philippines. So this is not a new journey for Henry Ford Health. We actually did this and started this process back in the early 2000s. And what I'm really excited about was when we came through the pandemic, the reason that we thought this might be a path to go down again is because so many of those nurses that joined us in the late 1990s and early 2000s were still team members at Henry Ford Health. We have a tremendous community of Filipino nurses here in Southeast Michigan that we wanted to build on because we saw them as incredible and invaluable team members as a part of our organization. And so Jarek Tabudlo had the recognition, pleasure, craziness of being the first nurse that joined us in this round of recruitment in 2022. And so Jarek, we did a whole lot of press with him to let him be recognized. And I'll tell this one story. We were really proud of how this whole thing was going. We thought we had everything pulled together. We had done a great job of partnering with the Philippine Nurses Association here in Michigan. We had a great partnership with the Asian Pacific Chamber of Commerce here in Southeast Michigan to help support the onboarding of our new nurses. Had housing set up. And we even thought I had to say, you know what? Rice is an incredibly important part of the Filipino diet, right? So we're going to make sure that we have a rice cooker in the apartment waiting for Jarek, right? No, don't clap. We forgot one thing, the rice, right? But really through that partnership and through the community members that were here and wrapping themselves around Jarek, we were able very quickly to get him to a grocery store, get the resources, get the supplies that he needed. But I think he helped us to learn a whole lot as we went through this process. And so like I said, we started this in 2022 with both virtual interviews for nurses in the Philippines. We actually have made 3 trips to the Philippines as an employer to talk to nurses throughout the country to help them make a decision about whether or not they wanted to come to the United States. Today, we have nearly 400 Filipino nurses who are in our pipeline. I'm excited to say 30 of them have already arrived. 25 more are going to arrive this year. They have visas in hand, just waiting to come. And we know today, based on the visa priority dates, that every month that it moves forward from this point forward, 20 more nurses will become current and will be able to come and join Henry Ford Health. What I'm really excited about is, and several folks have talked about this idea of giving back. We don't see this as a one-time strategy where we're just going to go, we want to get a big group of nurses and we're going to then fix all our problems and life is going to be fantastic, right? No. we really do want this to be about a relationship between Henry Ford Health and the Philippines. And so really excited to say we do have a partnership specifically with St. Paul's University and the hospital there in Iloilo, where we are actually providing education for their nurses to help them grow, develop, and part of it is a retention strategy for them, right? So they know, and we've agreed that as we provide this education, we're going to make sure that their nurses stay there for at least 3 years. And then provide them a pathway if they want to come to the United States, so that we're not just taking all of their nurses as they get up to speed and up to skill. So it's been a great relationship. We're doing educational venues for them every single month. And hopefully here in the next little bit, since we've been at this for 2 years, we're going to start to actually do some interviews and allow a small pathway for folks who want to come to the United States from that organization. We see this as an ongoing effort. We have developed an internationally educated nurse residency for all of the nurses who join us. So they're spending 6 to 8 months in class as in addition to the work that they're doing at the bedside. So helping them in that transition. We have regular events to allow folks to come together and be part of that community. And as we look at bringing in cohorts of nurses, we are truly trying to do this in a cohort model so that we build a Filipino community around each one of our facilities so that there's a support group for those nurses. I can't tell you enough how amazing it is to walk the halls of some of our hospitals and see some of our nurses who have been with us for 20+ years wrapping their arms around nurses who are just showing up, right? And it makes all the difference in the world, I think, as you make this transition. My colleagues here on the stage have done an amazing job of talking about some of the challenges and the opportunities and things that you have to put in place to support folks as they make this transition. I won't spend a lot of time on that. I was really struck this morning about the conversation and all the headwinds that we have in front of us in nursing. And I'm going to be maybe a little controversial. I'm going to encourage us to say, yes, all of those things are true. But as nurses, if we spend our time, effort, and energy focusing on all the problems all the time, you start to hear all of the negativity around nursing. Why would somebody want to be a nurse? Right? I would encourage us to really focus on the opportunities and to focus on all the great things about being a nurse and being an internationally educated nurse in this country. Because when we focus on those positives, when we focus on the solutions and the things that we're going to put in place to make things better, we will attract more people to this incredible profession of nursing. And it's, again, not to diminish that we have challenges, right? There's lots of them. But I think that what I'm excited about being a part of an organization like Henry Ford Health is we're going to focus on the future. We're going to focus on how do we solve these challenges, and we're going to start focus on how do we create the very best possible place, not just for our patients to get care, but for our nurses to give care. And that's the kind of environment that we're going to create. So I could talk about this for hours, but I'd rather have you all ask us questions. So I think that's the opportunity. And so I'm going to get out of the way.
All right. Thank you so much for those wonderful presentations. I think we have a lot of takeaways, especially from an advocacy perspective. Also, transitioning and onboarding here once you arrive in the United States, which I could totally relate to. I was also met by someone in the airport. I was brought to Bellevue Hospital, where I started in the middle of the night, 2 a.m. in the morning. And the following day, the person that met me asked me, "What do you want to have for lunch, Mary Joy?" And I said, "Is there any rice here?" And I truly appreciate Dr. Wallace's vision in really looking at what we can do together, not just from an organizational perspective, but also looking at the global aspects of nursing as a profession, encouraging more people to pursue that passion for nursing, knowing that even though we are 36 million nurses globally, there are more people that need nursing care because of their lack of access to healthcare. So I'll open it to people that would like to ask questions to our panel speakers. Don't be shy. This is your opportunity. And I'm sure that there are also attendees from Zoom that would also like to ask questions. Debbie, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Debbie. I'm from the Philippine Nurses Association of Cincinnati, North Kentucky. We haven't heard from you yet for partnering with our chapter, so we're more than welcome to do that. And here's our president, by the way. My question though, I'm curious as to your program with retention also early on in the process. Have you included crucial conversation topic on training for these because that is pretty much, I feel like it should be at the early part on the onboarding process also and not be, because sometimes the hospital would, they think that's not really part of the new nurses. Because based of our culture, we really kind of like, you've noticed that there's only a few or more Filipino nurses that would answer back or answer nicely back, I think.
Anyone who would like to take that?
Yeah, so I think that's part of when we developed our nurse residency. Initially, we thought about, kind of more the traditional nurse onboarding and quickly figured out, right, that it's not the same, right? And so as our nurses come in, I said they spend about 9 months in a residency, just like you would look about any other new grad. The topics are different though, right? So early on, it is about what do our physicians expect from nurses? How do you advocate? How do you speak up? How do you have those tough conversations? Because we know that may not be part of the cultural norm from where folks are coming from. Even when we went to the Philippines and we sat down and we interviewed folks, part of what we were looking for were folks who were maybe a little more outgoing, people who are willing to ask questions and express their concerns, because we know it's a difficult transition. So those elements are part of it. Our residency has changed over the course of the last 2 years many times because of feedback that we've gotten from the nurses who have gone through the process. Because we want to know what worked well, what helped them, and we're changing some of the elements in how we're onboarding the next batch. So as we learn from the folks who have joined us.
Thank you, Eric. And we have another question from Lourdes. Hi, everyone. I'm Lourdes Mulderay. I'm the president of the Philippine Nurse Association of Northern California, and I'm also a nurse executive at UCSF Health. So thank you for this great presentation. Ethical recruitment, I'm very passionate about this. It's actually my legacy project on improving ethical recruitment of nurses coming from the Philippines to the United States, specifically in California. So my question is for John Sebastian of Health Carousel on transparency and accountability. Does Health Carousel publish metrics on recruitment ethics, retention? You mentioned about the 90% of nurses for 3 years, or nurse satisfaction for Health Carousel. If not, would you consider this? That's my first question. Second question is, how do you handle concerns or complaints from nurses who feel they were misled or unfairly treated during recruitment process? Do you have a policies in place for this as we hear a lot of these horrible stories? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your question. Well, let me take that in a couple of ways. So the first is one way to ensure that the recruiter has an ethical process is actually through third-party evaluation. And that's why we're actually evaluated by several third parties on our processes. I already mentioned there's a True Merit certification. We're also a founding member of the American Association of International Healthcare Recruiters, and we have a certification through them. We're also Joint Commission certified. We also have a partnership with Slave Free Alliance. We've also been evaluated by Ethisphere. So, one of the ways that we ensure ethical recruitment is by having others look at our processes and ensure that they are. So that's where it starts. You mentioned measurement. We measure throughout the process. We actually have satisfaction metrics that are calculated both pre and post arrival. I believe our average on a 5-point scale is 4.9. And we do share those throughout the process, and that's something that we're happy to share with candidates. In the situation where there is an issue, there are several mechanisms that are at place. So one of the things that we try to put in place is to give the healthcare professional multiple avenues of support. So one of them is they have a clinical partner, a nurse that is part of our clinical team. We also assign to every one of our healthcare professionals a life coach. It's called an international employee support specialist. As I mentioned, they also have a arrival ambassador and an arrival coordinator that they work with. They also, as our employees, have direct connection to our human resources department as well as our legal department. So we try to provide lots of mechanisms. It's also to help to confront some of what the question around maybe not feeling comfortable talking to one group or others, provide multiple avenues. In the case where the person feels they need to go outside of our organization, we do have a process in place. Both the Alliance for Ethical Recruiting and AAIHR have processes in place that we encourage anyone that has an issue to escalate to them. It's an independent body who will then help ensure that the healthcare professional is appropriately treated.
Thank you for that, John. I have another gentleman here on the left side who would like to ask a question. Go ahead.
Hi, pleasant morning, everybody. My name is Peter Jun Rufo, and I am an international educator. I perhaps you like 3 years experience here in the United States. I started working at the bedside as a bedside nurse in IU Health, University Hospitals, Indiana. I would like to acknowledge IU Health for supporting my journey here and reaching my American dream in partnership with Sharewater Health. Currently, I'm working as regional clinical manager supporting our nurses in Sharewater Health from arrival. I can relate on what you mentioned. The question that I have for John Sebastian, Dr. Eric Willis, is how do you support and what is the challenging experience that you have for our nurses and how do you support them? Secondly, how do you handle issues behind breach of contract?
Yeah. So I think similar to your question is somewhat similar to what was asked around support of the contract. I mentioned several groups that are available both inside our organization and externally. But you talked about, I think anyone in the panel can talk about some of the key challenges. What I would say is I'm impressed by the clinical skills of international educated nurses. And typically the biggest challenge is not a clinical challenge. It is a cultural or life challenge. The life challenges we really try to support by, in particular, if they're coming with family. That's why we put so much focus on helping make sure that the family is settled, not just the healthcare professional, and that their life is in order so that they can put their focus on being successful at work. And then some of the cultural challenges, I don't know if you want to talk about some of those that maybe you've confronted. We try to provide multiple ways for folks that are needing additional support, both within our organization, as well as health and wellness resources, the same that we provide to our own employees, to those healthcare professionals. We also have actually a life partner program, which is actually through a third party that also provides other mechanisms. Because one thing that I've learned in dealing with some of the sort of emotional challenges that people confront is you need to have lots of resources in different ways available to folks, because you never know when that's going to confront someone and what type of who they'll be willing to talk to about that. So we try to make sure we provide the maximum availability. But I don't know if you have any thoughts on that you want to add.
So I think that's where our associations come in. And I think it's very important because we make sure that they're connected to a peer and within our organizations, and they feel comfortable speaking to someone who thinks like them, who come from the same culture, the same background. And they've told me in the past that they feel comfortable picking up the phone at any time, and the person on the other side will respond. And they will cry with them and they will tell them what they're actually experiencing, where they will not tell their employer because they don't feel comfortable. So absolutely.
Thank you for that, Angie. Last question that we'll entertain, go ahead.
Hi, good morning and mabuhay. I'm JV Minsalan. I'm the Assistant Manager of Clinical Operations for True North in IU Health University in the state of Indiana. So I came here in the United States like exactly 3 years ago. And before coming here, I've worked in other countries, and immigration policies is something that is really very close to my heart, and I am really very passionate about that. So I'm a new leader, and now people like our own people come to me and ask about this ever-changing policy in the United States. So I'm just curious to know, any of you can answer this. Do you see this current changes in the immigration policies as a threat or a barrier in recruitment? And are there any like steps that has been done to like protect the welfare of these new nurses that are coming to the United States? Thank you.
So I'll maybe just start. I think the interesting thing about this, right, is you hear a lot of things in the media. You see a lot of things that are going on, but there's a lot of dichotomy in the discussion, right? There is, on one hand, the efforts to enforce illegal immigration and some of the things that are to the far end of that. On the flip side of it is an acknowledgement that we need more legal immigration in this country to fill in some of the gaps. So I think as a healthcare provider or as a healthcare system, we continue to work very closely with our elected officials in Washington to make sure that they understand what the need is, and how especially in the space of healthcare, that internationally educated nurses fill a gap that we currently have in the healthcare system. I know we've talked a lot today about our work in the Philippines and with Filipino nurses. We employ 900 nurses that come across the border from Canada every single day to work in the city of Detroit. They're internationally educated nurses. The hassle factor for those folks crossing the border has gone up significantly. So I think that it's one of those things that there's not an easy answer to, but it's persistent building of relationships, helping sure to make sure our elected officials understand the very important role that our internationally educated nurses play. And as a healthcare organization, standing 100% behind our folks to make sure that they are going to be treated well, and to make sure that they are going to have all the rights and that are afforded to them based on their legal immigration status with us.
Thank you so much. I know that there are a lot of more questions, but in the interest of time, we will try to gather all those questions, and we'll find the best person that could respond to those, and we'll email it to everyone. On behalf of the CIPRES Task Force and PNAA, we thank you for this robust conversation. We know that this is just a beginning of future collaboration, so we look forward to working with everyone.
We'd like to call on our president, Dr. Marlon Sari. We want to thank our distinguished guests for truly advocating for our international educated nurses and for making sure that they successfully transition in their new role and home here in the United States. Thank you. All right. We want to give you a break, a 5-minute break. So please be back here by 11:05. We are running behind schedule, so if you can just come back right away so we can start at 11:05. Thank you so much.
This? Yes.
Is this one working now? How are you? So, when are you guys gonna pack?
Sit over in there.
Oh, let me try it.
That way, you're on, push it that way.
I don't think I made it before. No. Yeah, I used to live in Chicago. Oh, then retired to Vegas. Yeah, and then when I joined, I was under the Nevada, but then it's not part of the thing. So then I'm like, okay, Georgia, and since we're bringing in nurses from Georgia. Right. Georgia, yeah. So, okay, it's good. What's life doing? Which what size shirt? You do? Okay, we do merch, I don't know. Okay, we try to the best in color, so I actually. Oh. For when they are. It's like, oh, how many? The first one though, just return it afterward. Just so, you know, the camera, and then ours. Okay, it's like a medium thing. Well, there's like. Well, I don't know. I just don't want my stuff. Is it a larger small or? Is it like a sexy? Women's. I don't know. You know, I don't want this. I can have to go on the same way. Or no, I think a medium.
Guys, I want to say hi to them. We,
Yeah.
Anyway, we're gonna get some coffee. Yeah.
Hello, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we will start in 1 minute. I know a lot of picture taking, networking is happening. Please come back to your seats. The sooner we start, the sooner we will get to lunch. So we would like to encourage again our guests. Thank you for coming, and we would like to wheel you back into your seats, please, so we can start the second panel session. Okay, 1 minute is up. Can we? Oh, mamaya pa pang-tante. Okay. Okay. Let's get back to our places, and we are ready for our next panel session. I'm sure the first panel session brought a lot of relatable stories. Everybody remembered how your ambassador, your favorite Filipino auntie, helped you get acclimated. Those were some really good insights. And we'd like to go now to our second panel. This time, our second panel discussion is about onboarding best practices and state regulation awareness. So we would like to continue this discussion. We would like to call in our distinguished panelists, Dr. Amanda Noth-Matchett, Chief Nursing Officer of Indiana University Health, to the stage, please. A fellow kababayan, Jose Delfin Castillo III, Dr. Jose Delfin Castillo III, my apologies. President-elect National Council of State Boards of Nursing. And this session is going to be modified by one of our prominent nurse leaders here in the Philippine Nurses Association, Dr. Rebecca Graboso, Executive Director of the Philippine Nurses Association of New Jersey. I thought I'm very fancy because I have a speaker, but I'm going to use this for now. Well, good morning, PNAA, and good morning to nurses participating in the Zoom. We have over 200 nurses participating. So for those of you from across the globe, good afternoon, good evening. I know that it's 12 midnight now in the Philippines, and we have a lot of them online. From London, from Europe, Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi. Shout out to all of them, and thank you for staying with us, staying awake. And we will make sure that with the two impeccable speakers that we have, we will make sure that it's worth your time. Okay? So the two impeccable speakers we have this morning are the experts in their chosen field of practice. So we are very fortunate today, and thank you for spending your time with us to share your expertise. For those of you who are here and online, please save your questions like what we did in the first session after the presentation, and we will accommodate
online, please post your questions and we will accommodate as much questions as possible and as time allows. So we will kick it off with a presentation of Dr. Nat Matchett and followed by Dr. Castillo III, both long names. And Dr. Matchett, please come over.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I am so excited to be here with you all today. Let me make sure I can get the clicker to work. I'm going to share with you a little bit more about some of the work that we have done at Indiana University Health, specifically at our academic medical center in Indianapolis around onboarding internationally educated nurses. But before I start, I want to thank Dr. Garboso for that warm welcome. But I don't know that anyone is an expert in this. I think we all are evolving together, and there have been so many shared learnings. So just so appreciative to be in the room with all of you and to learn from all of our collective knowledge. We truly are all experts together. So as I mentioned, I am the Chief Nursing Officer of our Adult Academic Healthcare Center, or our Academic Medical Center, which is located in downtown Indianapolis, so not too far south from where we're sitting today. We are comprised of 2 adult hospitals, Methodist and University hospitals. We are in the process of building a new academic medical center where both of those adult facilities will come together. You can see that there. It's coming in 2027. So if you drive through Indianapolis, you'll see that coming up. We're really excited about that. We are a level 1 adult trauma center, so we serve some of the sickest patients in the state. We also are an NCI Cancer Institute. We have a neuroscience center and a cardiovascular center. So truly a quaternary care center, but also a community hospital, and we take our mission very seriously. We are striving to make Indiana the healthiest state in the nation, and so it takes a lot of us to really work towards lifting that up. So as we have worked through building our programs for healthcare professionals, one of the things that we identified in 2019 was that we wanted to augment our healthcare professional workforce with internationally educated nurses. And so we started to develop our program in 2019. We were delayed a little bit with the onboarding of our first internationally educated nurses by the COVID pandemic and our response to that. But we were fortunate enough to welcome our first IENs in 2021. Right now, I'm very proud to say that this is truly a hiring pipeline for us. So we see our program for onboarding and enculturating internationally educated nurses as a way to bolster our nursing professional team. And we truly intend to hire each and every one of those IENs that come through with us. Right now, we're at about an 85% conversion rate, and our goal is to continue to move that forward so that we can hopefully get closer to 90% as we have those truly talented professionals that are joining our team. Our structure right now is that as our internationally educated nurses come in, they are hired to a unit. And so we are very intentional about placing our IENs in a fit that is mutually beneficial. So a fit that is supportive of their expertise and their background. What skills do they bring with them? Where is their clinical practice? What are they looking to grow and develop in? So we place them into a unit and they interview with that unit manager prior to ever coming into our health system, because we want to make sure that that's a good fit for both. If it's not a good fit at first, we'll keep working until we find something, or even once they've come on board with us and for some reason the clinical practice environment isn't a good fit, we'll keep working with them. Again, our goal is retention. We really want to keep those nurses with us, and so we really want to partner with them to find the right fit. The other piece that is really important to me is that our internationally educated nurses, our IENs that are coming in, that they feel like part of our team from the get-go. So we really embrace them. Even in our language is very intentional that they are not travelers. That is my pet peeve. They are not travelers. They are part of our team. Their badges are reflective. When we first started our program, our HR partners wanted our internationally educated nurses to have a different badge that would designate them as internationally educated. And I said, no, absolutely not. They are part of our team and they have the same badge. Thank you. It's really important, and all of those things that might seem small really help to set it up for success, set our program up for success so that our nurses can be successful. We also have done a lot of work on the front end to make sure that our existing teams are receptive and welcoming, because our goal is to create an environment of inclusion and belonging for all of our team members. And so we did a lot of education up front, and we really tapped into our local Philippine Nurses Association to say, help us understand, how can we be supportive? What do we need to know to be the best employer that we can be for these nurses as they're coming in? We currently have about 150 international nurses on site, and we're always looking to grow and expand that. So with those 150 international nurses that are on site, we have identified a variety of different areas that are really important to focus in on. One of those first ones is around clinical competency and practice transition. And someone said earlier, you know, oftentimes our nurses are coming in with fantastic clinical skills, which is so true. And oftentimes we learn just as much from them in the clinical competency area as they learn from us. I'll give you a quick example of that. During one of our rounds of COVID surges, we had some supply issues, as I'm sure many of you experienced as well. And we typically use butterflies to do lab draws, but our vendor no longer had the butterfly mechanism to do lab draws, so we had to go to a straight stick. And our nurses that had their education in the United States and that had practiced clinically only in the United States didn't know how to do a straight stick. And several of our internationally educated nurses stepped up and said, I absolutely know how to do this, and I'll train everybody and we'll figure this out together. And it was amazing. So just a great example of the knowledge and the skills that our internationally educated nurses bring and how they really help to round out our clinical competency. We really believe it's important to have an individualized orientation. So one of our key principles is that our orientation is competency-based so that it's individualized and it's unique based on each person's background and skill set and where they need that additional support as they are enculturating to our health system. We will extend onboarding timelines as needed. Again, it's very individualized. So if our nurses feel really comfortable, they feel highly competent, they can come off of orientation at that time. If they need a little bit more time, we're happy to provide them with that support. We do a lot of focus on targeted use of our electronic health record because I think, as we all know, that's a challenge for everyone, regardless of where you gained your training. But certainly if you're not familiar with some of our EHRs, we want to provide that support as well. We do partner with our agencies to do an immersion so that our internationally educated nurses can immerse themselves into our health system prior to starting and really get a feel for those critically important things like where's the bathroom? Where's the break room? How do I take a break? Who do I ask questions to? Who can help support me? We want them to feel comfortable on their first day, so we do all of that before they even have their official start. We also have a specific transition to practice program or residency program for our internationally educated nurses, where we cohort our internationally educated nurses together so that they can learn together. Our transition to practice or nurse residency program is split into 3 different sessions, and we use a variety of different educational modalities to really help support. One of the things we really focus on is group discussion. So how do we leverage shared learning? How do we really have that opportunity for dialogue? Because it's not just about the didactic components, but how do we really support that engagement? We focus heavily on communication. So communication is discussed at each session. And there was a great question earlier about crucial conversations. We find that that is so important. How do we have effective conflict resolution? How do we really support people in bringing up concerns? We're firm believers in just culture, and we really want people to feel comfortable and have the psychological safety to raise concerns and to be able to have that feedback. And that feedback isn't necessarily criticism, but that feedback helps us all to grow and develop. Again, we focus heavily on technology resources and how do we really support effective use of the EHR. We are a 5-time designated magnet organization, and so our magnet principles are really important to us as well. And we want our internationally educated nurses to know that from the very first time that they step foot in our organization. So we talk a lot about nurse empowerment and nursing excellence. And then, of course, we have tactical skills too. How do you organize your day? What about time management? What does prioritization look like? I mentioned communication, and based on feedback from our internationally educated nurses, again, this is something that we talk about during each section of our transition to practice program, as well as during rounding and other support elements with our internationally educated nurses. Some of the things that we found that were ahas to us as we started this program are just some of the language variations, just some of the slang and just the different words that are used regionally across the United States can be challenging to interpret. So we spend time talking about what's common in our area of the US and some of the things that they might hear. It's always fascinating to me to talk with our internationally educated nurses or nurses from around even the United States on what we call different things. So what do we call different supplies? What do we call different treatments? Sometimes it's all variation across the country. And so how do we help them understand what different things mean? We also talk a lot about reinforcing and encouraging use of closed loop communication and how that can be helpful. And with closed loop communication, again, it's not just educating our internationally educated nurses who are coming in, it's educating our existing team members. How do we be effective communicators? How do we really make sure that we're using clear language, we're using teach back, we're using other methods to make sure that we're all on the same page. Another important component of our program is cultural integration and social support. So again, we cohort our IENs during onboarding so that they can have that shared experience. We want them to start forming that peer network from the get-go. We want them to have that support so that they know that they have people that they can depend on. We've also created specific internationally educated peer groups. So we do have a Filipino nurse cohort. We have other groups so they can really, again, share their wisdom with us, but then also have those groups to rely on. I really cannot stress enough that the education is not just for our IENs, but it's for our existing team members too. And I'll be really transparent with you that in our pocket of the Midwest, we are not the most diverse location. And so that's something that we take very seriously. As we seek to create a culture of inclusion and belonging, we have to educate ourselves. And so how can we really learn and make sure that we are embracing other cultures and actively learning about what that looks like? And that has been tremendous, truly, for all of us. We also have implemented specific preceptor education. So our preceptors who are supporting our IENs who are coming over, really that cultural humility and how can we increase our cultural competencies so we can be as supportive as possible. And then many of our units have stood up specific structures for social engagement. So some of them have a book club. They will do pitch-ins where we'll bring food from different cultures, which is always the best. If you get an invite to those, that is the best thing to go to. But just those ways to really embrace and to learn from one another. The other thing that's really important to us is role empowerment. So we have a very strong nursing professional governance structure at IU Health's Academic Medical Center, and we firmly believe that all nurses are leaders. And so we really want to position all of our nurses from the day that they hit our doors to be that effective leader, to be able to speak up, to embrace their nursing autonomy, their nursing professional practice in patient care, and to question, because really our ultimate goal is safe, high quality care to our patients. And so that can be a transition for some of our nurses who are not used to practicing in that environment. And so we're very intentional about discussing that, about actively mining for what opportunities do you see? What feedback do you have? How do you think we can make things better? What are your ideas? And then supporting our nurses as they want to put process improvement or quality improvement into place, because that's a development opportunity for them. One of the things that we have done is that our internationally educated nurses, even before they are formally our employees, they're eligible to participate in role growth and development. So they are eligible to serve as preceptors, they are eligible to serve as charge nurses, and we really are seeking to actively grow them. Many of them participate in our professional governance structure, and we even have several of them that are council leads and that are actively chairing those committees, which is phenomenal. So I think that's a really important piece because you can't have people segregated out and then expect them to be successful. They really need to be fully integrated into your structures. And we as an organization are the better for it. The other thing that I'll just highlight quickly is life adjustment out of work. We've already heard some really great examples of that, but I just want to be clear that that shouldn't stop after the initial orientation to the health system. That really needs to be an ongoing process, and it really needs to be something that we're supporting the whole person, not just who's showing up to work, but how do we support the whole person? So that peer mentoring piece that people have discussed, I just want to highlight that is really critical. Who can I go to for questions? We get a lot of questions about health insurance. I still don't fully understand health insurance in the United States, okay? And I have been in the health system for a long time. So how do we make it okay for people to ask questions, and how do we provide them with that support? We also have really integrated community building efforts to help ease the transition. For example, one of our units schedules team outings to local attractions to help encourage relationship building and to help introduce our IENs to their new city. Another one, like I mentioned, those pitch-ins, they ask individuals to bring in their version of comfort food. And that sparked a lot of great conversation. And people have said, there's tons of great food that I never even knew existed. We also have several units that will take turns highlighting each staff member and describe specific details. And this really allows team members to share more about who they are and where they come from. So I hope that helped just to provide a quick overview. I do want to highlight that none of this can be done alone. And so I'm so thankful we have a phenomenal team that is really committed to our internationally educated nursing program. And several of them are here today. And I also want to thank all of our IENs because they have been so fantastic in providing feedback and really committed to helping us grow this program. So thank you for allowing me to share with you today.
Yay, good morning. Mabuhay. I'm so happy about this excellent conversations that's happening. I should not have moved that, right? Okay, stepping away. But thank you for having me. I am here as an invited speaker from the National Council of State Boards of Nursing. I am the current president-elect. I am also past chair of the Florida Board of Nursing. So I'm one of those persons that Peter talked about earlier. We're on the lenient side, though. We're very understanding and we're very accommodating when it comes to regulation piece, discipline. And that's not the only piece that we do with licensure on the state level here in the United States, but it's also with monitoring, with accepting licensees, especially from the international perspective. Of course, we as Filipinos have the biggest voice on that because we've gone through the process and we've walked the walk and now we're talking the talk. So I hope that this will be an enlightening journey for all of us. But to start with, of course, I have to do the animation, right? That's the educator part of me. I serve as one of the faculty for the CRNA program for Texas Wesleyan University. So you can see me with all the objectives here. So as a disclosure, I have no financial relationships or any interest. I am here on behalf of NCSBN, but I do not talk on behalf of NCSBN. This is just based on my own experiences and my own research, and what I will be giving you is on the public side of ncsbn.org. The objectives for our session with Amanda, and here's the outline. So we have heard a lot of discussions already, and it's already blowing my mind as to how many initiatives are out there. I too have huge questions, a lot of questions about immigration policies, about ethical mobility across borders, across countries. And I've heard about other aspects from being on the NCSBN side on the national scale about cannibalizing, sorry for the term, but that's the word that's being used about cannibalizing the workforce from other countries, such as the Philippines. I think it was Peter or was it John or Eric earlier who talked about the brain drain in our country because we are almost stealing the best of the best from our workforce. I do still think that we have the best of the best because a lot of my instructors are still there from West Visayas State University in Iloilo City. So I have a huge shout out for them for their commitment to education. And of course, here we are, right? In front of on an international stage. But there's a lot of workforce trends that have already been addressed. This is just part of my intro because, of course, the major component of mobility across borders or even internationally and worldwide is on the NCLEX. And the NCLEX is housed under the National Council of State Boards of Nursing. The main mission of the National Council is to support and empower state boards to do their job so that we can ease the transition for you and I who's moving across states or even moving across countries. So NCLEX is a huge data point, and that's what I'm here for. From a regulatory end, I don't think that we can address issues or barriers when we don't have data to support it, right? Who are our informatics peeps here? So with that component, I do think that we need to put data at the forefront, and NCSBN has a lot of data. And I'm so happy that we can mine it. I have asked and looked and be able to access the data. This first set of data, and I have to look at my notes because of course I apologize for the size of this data, is that it is a busy slide, and I apologize, but I know that PNAA is going to be distributing these slides to all participants. Yay, I see a lot of nods. So, but I would like you to first focus on the left row that itemizes what kind of candidate group is being measured. So it's very small there. So it says first time US educated, Then there will be repeat test takers on the next. The third line there is on first-time internationally educated nurses. So it is all, we are all under one category for now until we dissect the data later. Still requesting, and maybe there would be some work on that. And then the repeat test takers are underneath. When you focus on the rightmost side of the data here, that's where the results are at. There is data on the total number of candidates from the first-time test takers, and you can, if I can read it to you, it's 186,763 from 2024, and there's a 91.2 pass rate. With international educated nurses for first-time test takers, which is on the third line there, it is down to 53.8%. Now, why is that? Good question, right? I heard discussions earlier about maybe it's the curriculum, maybe it's the critical thinking piece, maybe it's the English proficiency piece. So what is affecting, or what are the factors? So those researchers out there, maybe this is a good mining component for you all to look into. Why is it, or what is your research question on why that there's a huge difference between first-time US test takers at 91.2% versus first-time internationally educated nurses at 53.8%. The other metrics there, as you can see, goodness, my computer just wants to sleep all the time, just like me. But with the number of candidates that is listed here, it also talks about how many takes a break. Does it affect their number of their pass rate and all of that? And all of this data can be mined. Oh, did I go forward some? Yes. So this next slide, I just simply clicked on the graph on the first-time educated nurses. So as you can see in the top left, there were in 2024, 58,979 test takers, and the pass rate is 53.8. And that is almost average across. We go from 42%, and I'm going to show you here in the next slide, up to 53.8% as internationally educated nurses. 87.4 took a break. The taking of minimum number of items is 54.6. Exact time in minutes on how this pass rate was obtained was at 183 minutes. And the number of items that were given at that time point that they passed is 105, which is almost a lot because of the next generation NCLEX, which is more on clinical based. This next slide is on IEN NCLEX RN first-time pass rate across the board from 2020 to 2024. So as you can see on, oh, so sorry, I did not click. So as you can see on the rightmost side on the y-axis, we can see that it's from 40 to 50% that we almost hover where IENs are usually at. Again, biggest question, what are the factors affecting this pass rate? It's not location, for one, because now NCLEX is international. Now, this is a very specific number for Filipinos who took the first time, during the first time they took the NCLEX, and this is not the pass rate, but the number of test takers in the last 5 years. Now, there is a huge influx in 2023 at 36,379. Why is that, right? Could be change in immigration laws. It could be because of the marketing in the Philippines, or it's just because of the need, and there was a huge workforce need during the time when we were all talking about workforce trends and everything else. Sorry, I keep on forgetting to click the next ones. Now, this next one is the number of candidates and pass rate by test center. And you can see, wait, no, that's by country first. So sorry. So by country, I know it's not really readable, but on the rightmost side, you can see on the topmost is the Philippines. And in 2024, there were 47,705 test takers, and the pass rate was 46.29. And we are the highest NCLEX test takers worldwide.
It's a feat, right? Because we do want to advance ourselves. We want to be moving. And of course, the other metrics fall in line there with India being second, Kenya, Nepal, and so on down to Israel, down to the very bottom. And again, these slides are going to be available to you all. This next slide is on the number of candidates and pass rate by test center. So on the right side, top right, you can see the test takers in Manila, and I believe this is in Ermita. Is that right, Ermita? Or Makati? Okay, so there are two test takers. Centers, I'm so sorry. Test centers, and I'm trying to translate in my head. But in Manila itself, there were 21,000 number of candidates, and the pass rate was 47.4. But in Makati, there were 6,700 plus test takers, and the pass rate is a little higher, 51.5%. Are there significant differences there? Again, big question, or maybe not a question at all, because it's not, maybe not as significant, but you can see this slide talks only about Filipino test takers worldwide. Okay, so they take it in Manila, in Makati, in Pembroke Pines, in the middle there by Miami, down to Forest Hills, and Seattle and Springfield, maybe Illinois. So we are all over, and you can see the scatter plot diagram there representing where we are taking all these tests from. And this is a huge data component. And this again is just itemizing by country who are the biggest test takers at a certain point in time. And again, the Philippines is at the top based on the top right, topmost graph there. And in the middle is our pass rate. By country, India has the most, I'm so sorry, South Korea has the most pass rate, followed by Nigeria. Good question, right? Again, is it because of their curriculum? Is it because of their education? What are these major factors affecting these pass rates? Now, here are more metrics, and again, we can request this data, and they are going to be very public very soon, hopefully, from New York and Florida as to how many test takers or number of candidates and what are the pass rate based on where they took it by state. So here we have a dissection of from New York and of course from my home state, Florida. And in New York, the Philippines is the highest of the test takers, number of candidates. The pass rate is along the same lines, 51.4%. But in Florida, the highest is from India, 118, but their pass rate is not as high, 39%. We're still on the same level, even though that the number of candidates at this fragment in time is 114, our pass rate is still at 53.5%. So pretty good metrics out there. So what are these what would it impact with everything before we sign out based on the screen? Thank you. State boards of nursing have different, we've heard it earlier. There were questions about mobility and differences on true merit or CGFNS requirements. Do we need to keep on using TOEFL as an test of English language or METS? Those are the questions that I asked before also with the National Council of State Boards of Nursing, even before I got elected. So these are the type of questions that we need to most likely keep on asking. Like, are these really necessary regulatory steps or are these burdens? Not only on the financial side, but I have argued, we speak English from elementary. Our A is for apple and B is for boat and K is for caballo. But still, just to make light of the matter, but you know what I mean. It's where we need to move forward, asking these questions like, is it a red tape? Is it more of an unnecessary step? And of course, with us in the Philippines, it is truly a financial burden to go through an extra step, especially an extra test. This is a policy change from Nova Scotia when I attended the ICN conference last June in Helsinki. And their policy change effective May 1st of 2023. And of course, I screenshotted their screen because of it's, I think it's very important that the Philippines, together with India, Nigeria, USA, UK, Australia, or New Zealand candidates are eligible for registration and licensure in Nova Scotia immediately with no additional requirements other than passing the entrance exam. Now that is innovation in my realm in terms of regulation. In our realm, being internationally educated nurses, I think that this is a major step. Somebody's listening out there, and it's making not our patients unsafe, but it's making us do the public protection piece better, making us be on the forefront of being the best nurses out there who can care for these patients, and we are tested and proven. More on legal and ethical considerations that we discussed, and I'm not gonna repeat any of that. But at the same time, there are multiple, I hope it's not duplicating the work, but there's a lot of work out there that's being put at the forefront on how we can manage the transition, how different agencies that we can partner and collaborate with, and how it is easing up the burden, not only on the transition side, but still maintaining patient safety and public protection based on the regulatory realm. So here are a few of the recommendations. Take it or leave it. Again, these are all from just my experience and my research being on the National Council and being on the State Board of Nursing in Florida. But advocacy, education, and the promotion of our profession. There was talk about earlier with Eric about seeing a lot of negativity in nursing. All they hear about is, oh, the nurses are burnt out. Oh, we need more workforce. Oh, the nurses are being mobile, doing travel nursing because they don't have enough pay. Negative after negative and negative and negative. But at the same time, I would like to ask for us to divert the attention of nursing being on the positive side, because we have specific moments, a lot of moments with our patients, a lot of moments with our families, a lot of moments with our communities, a lot of moments with our own organizations that we can put forward. And I congratulate you all, especially PNAA, for doing this summit. This is much needed. And I commend you for your work, and anything we can do and support, let us know. By us, I don't know who the other people are, but yes. Thank you.
Great presentation from our two speakers. And I think Dr. Castillo's presentation is an eye-opener, at least for me. I'm pretty sure you have a question why Iran is 70% and Philippines is lower, and we have English as medium of instruction. So prepare your questions up there. And Dr. North Matchett, great presentation. Your strategies are best practice. And I am a living testament, and I can attest to that, that orientation and onboarding on day one is most effective. I was recruited from the Philippines in 1987 into a community hospital with 98% white Caucasian population. I think I was one of the first Filipino nurses. And I started as a staff nurse, of course, went through school, went through a lot of career transitions. It was not an easy feat, but I went through a lot of promotion, and I became the vice president and chief nursing officer of the same hospital for 7 years. And that's where I retired. So thank you for what you're doing. I hope you can make a CNO in your hospital one day. So I will take a question from the audience. How many minutes do we have, Marife? Oh, Dr. Gerardo.
I can't pass this opportunity to ask this question. First of all, we should be so proud, Dr. Castillo. He is the first, I would say he may be the first internationally educated nurse who will become the president of the National Council of State Boards of Nursing. And to be that, you guys have to realize that NC has been comprised of all the different boards of nursing in the US. Wow, yeah. So here's so proud of you. So proud of you. I can say that there are a few of us, I was one of them who became a president of the state, New Jersey Board of Nursing. And I know that I can say that I've made an impact. Now I'm challenging you, Dr. Castillo, to make an impact and influence. As of June 2025, there are now 43 states who are member of the compact state licensure. My issue is every single state, even though they're a member of compact, still has every different regulation to practice. And why is so? If we are compact licensure, we should be able to move around, right? I know that it's regulatory in every state, but I know that once you're in that helm, you will have an impact and influence and help us to get there. If Nova Scotia, the only requirement is to pass the exam and now you can practice, why can we not do that? I'm saying that, again, I've been a president of Board of Nursing served for 10 years. I'm going to Pennsylvania. They're asking me to do so many other things again. It is so frustrating. So I'm asking you, we can support you. Please advocate for the internationally educated nurses.
Dr. Castillo, this is a challenge, great pressure. You have 4 years to do it.
I feel like Spider-Man. With great power comes great responsibility. Yeah, right? I do, that conversation is happening right now. And again, the NCSBN has the opportunity to give out the most common best practices out there among states, but then we could not really influence or, for lack of a better word, meddle with state affairs, because it's all based on individual states. But yes, there has been a lot of talk about uniformity. I do know that our Canadian partners are also doing a great job on that realm, especially with their APRN model. And I see a lot of heads nodding here just to give a little visual for all the listeners out there. I feel like I'm on a radio station. But yes, sir, it has been part of major discussions, a lot of questions about that. There's now a very big, not a very big, maybe there has been always a huge turnover in regards to the number of staff in state boards of nursing and board members in the respective states. But at the same time, all these new members are more vocal. It could be generational differences, right? But there's been a lot of discussions, not only on the within the hallways or on the sidelines or in silos, but definitely on the microphones when we go to these major meetings. So I could not speak for, of course, the future, but the challenge is heard. From my end, I could not say it's accepted because I'm wearing a different hat today. But at the same time, yes, it has been a part of our major discussions. But thank you for bringing that up.
Someone recorded that answer, right?
Dr. Castillo?
Oh.
I'm here.
Oh, sorry, Jenny.
Thank you, Dr. Garboso. Dr. Castillo, this is a question from online, from Maria Shelo Barinaga. Is there data to reflect breakdown of the exam to gauge what categories are failing? Any comment on that?
Very good question. I do not know how to answer that since I am not a statistician, nor I am really entrenched on the NCLEX component. But I do know that it is a computer adaptive test. I do know that there are items that are being considered and are being looked at by the committee, so I can bring that back. Thank you. Great question.
Very good, thank you. We have a room for 2 more questions in interest of time.
Hi, Dr. Castillo. I just want to thank you for your leadership. And it's just being there and where you are just makes an impact for all of us. And also my father was Visayan, so I'm totally proud that we're sort of related. We're all related, right? So I just want to ask your advice. So the NCSBN has a huge role in affecting the rules passed by the states by providing model rules. So you can create rules in which when states have a question, such as internationally educated nurses, how do we modify the rules, for example, to decrease unnecessary barriers? So what would your advice be for the PNAA to be engaged in the process to influence model rules at the NCSBN?
Excellent question. So the way that the NCSBN works is very membership driven, almost with every association anyways, but as an organization being the mission, and again, I'm going to repeat that, to empower and support the state boards of nursing. I think the role of PNAA that could, and for the information of everyone, we are in the NCSBN is in the process of doing focus groups, or maybe not focus groups, I take that back, committee work in regards to updating the model acts and rules. And it's all on different aspects: education, licensure, practice, and there's one more that I don't think it's research though. But there's 4 aspects that they are updating the model acts and rules. And the way that I think that PNAA can partner is through the member states, that you're able to communicate. And I know that there are IEN board members. I would give out a shout out to the chair of the New York Board of Nursing, Ed Pajarillo, and then Gabrielle Sapalaran in Alabama, and there are more. But at the same time, that's not at the same time, that is the point of where we can really affect change, because they have the voice on that specific state level and when they can move those aspects. The major component about the action of state boards of nursing, and I apologize if you already know how we enact the statute, is through rules, right? On the state level, like how we're going to be able to license URI, what is the scope of practice based on our RN, APRN, or LPN status on that state. But at the same, and the education or the acceptance of internationally educated nurses fall on those other categories on how we license or how we monitor the licensure of IENs. So overall, that is an excellent question. And I guess the challenge is thrown back to all the chapters to be able to engage yourself. Just like what Peter said, in Florida, our meetings are public. We are under the Sunshine Law, wherein all of our meetings are public. All our meetings are all over the state. So if you ever are in Florida, feel free to come in any of our board meetings. You don't need an invite. And then you can engage into the discussions or even ask to be in the agenda, to be in an audience, depending on the state where you're going to, if they allow or they have an aspect in that agenda. Some states are closed, but some states do have that opportunity to have the dialogue. So it's good. I appreciate your question.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Clarice Espinosa from Shearwater Health, but currently assigned to IU Health. I've been here for less than a year, for more than a year, but less than 2 years, and I've been a nurse for less than 5 years. So I'm just very grateful to be here and welcomed. I have 2 questions. One is for myself and one is from Mr. Earl Salavante, who is also working in IU. One of my questions is, we have talked about how local nurses have embraced international educated nurses very much, and I'm part of that. I'm very thankful for the hospitality that I've received. However, my question is, how do you deal whenever there is conflict culturally and even clinically between those groups of people? Another question would be, in terms of recruitment and retention, one area of compromise that we have in the language of business is the compensation. So how do you manage to ensure that there is alignment between performance output and career progression?
I will give this to Dr. Matchett.
Thank you, Chris. Those are great questions. So, to start with the first one around how do we really have that cultural integration and what happens when there's friction, I think the most important thing is that we have to raise those issues to the surface. So when those issues are hidden or tried to be swept under the rug, no one benefits. And then I think they really fester. So I think it depends on the level, right? If it's within the walls of the organization, we can bring in different offices. And someone spoke earlier about how DE&I has kind of turned into a bad word, right? Or we're being told what words we can use and what we can't. Everyone wants to feel a sense of belonging and inclusion. So we can really lean into that piece and we can focus on how do we create a sense of inclusion and belonging for every single member of the team. At IU Health, we're really fortunate that we still have an office of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. We have a high-ranking senior executive leader of that office. And our CEO, our system CEO, has been very passionate about his support for continuing those efforts. And so we have a whole group of specially trained professionals who come alongside us when we have concerns and can help us really work through those. So I think that's a really important piece. If you don't have that in your organization, that's where sometimes you can partner with a professional organization. For example, the Emergency Nurses Association has done a lot of work in this space and will come in. It's really about principles of a healthy work environment. So AACN's healthy work environment principles. So really leaning on both those organizations we've talked about today and others, because it really takes all of us working together. So I think that's one way to approach that. I think your other question about compensation is really important as well. And we've talked about that today, right? And that we need to have competitive compensation as a profession. One thing that can be a challenge is when you have internationally educated nurses who are coming in, but they're employed by someone else. And so you don't control their compensation. So from an organization perspective, it comes down to communication and how do you really effectively partner with your agencies that are bringing in internationally educated nurses? How do you communicate proactively about pay programs that you're going to be implementing? And how do you partner together? Because ultimately, you should both want the same thing, and that's a successful IEN. And so how do you partner up front? It's not always going to look exactly the same. And when it can't look the same, how do you have that feedback loop back to the IENs? That's just because of different organizational and business interests. It's not about their value. It's not about what they're bringing to the table and how can you support them in other ways. So I hope that answers your question.
Fortunately, we ran out of time. Thank you all. And I'm calling the president. Oh, President-elect Dr. Bob Gahol or Colonel Bob Gahol. We want to thank Dr. Noth Matchett and Dr. Jose Delfin Castillo for providing us those valuable information. Thank you. We really appreciate your expertise. Thank you so much. That was really great. Okay, we have some important few things to discuss. In your packets, you have the appreciative inquiry document. Please make sure to answer this. This will help facilitate our afternoon workshop on appreciative inquiry while you're having lunch. The second important thing is how you're going to get your meals. In your badges, you have a meal ticket, right? So make sure you present that outside. You can eat here. We will break for lunch, and to reset us back to our schedule, please be back here by 12:45. Sorry, we're cutting lunch a little shorter, but you can eat here.
and we will start exactly as scheduled at 12:45. Please enjoy lunch. Thank you so much.
May extra tubig.
Wanna take a picture now? We'll take a picture.
Oh, hello, everyone. We are at the 5-minute mark before we start our afternoon workshop on appreciative inquiry. Just a friendly reminder to please fill your appreciative inquiry document. There are a few questions on the back. I think there's 6. Please make sure you answer them so you're able to share it when we go to the breakout sessions. We'd be happy to collect them too later on so we are able to capture your insights. Please make sure to answer the document. We will collect it later on. Doon sa table na yan. We have a minute. We would like to call everybody. You can continue eating but we would like to start exactly at 12:45 to stay on our schedule. And for those that want to go for more food, there's still food outside. You can bring them in. May isa pa rin nag-merge din dito. So we will do it. Magsasalita pa naman si Kuya Ray. Okay, it's 12:45. We would like people to get settled back to their table. We have a very interactive first part of our afternoon. This is going to be exciting. Anybody have heard of appreciative inquiry? Anyone? Appreciative inquiry? Well, if you have not, this is going to be a very educational workshop. Last call for our attendees that are outside of the session hall to please come in, join a table. All right, we're going to start. Dr. Rivera, are you good? I can call on you and Dr. Beriones. Okay. This afternoon, you've heard so many speakers this afternoon speak about a lot of content that are so relatable and relevant to all of us. This afternoon, what we're going to do is put you to work. So we need to hear from you. And we're going to do that through appreciative inquiry. I want to call our lead facilitators this afternoon, Dr. Gloria Beriones, immediate past president of the Philippine Nurses Association of America from 2022 to 2024. And Dr. Reynaldo Rivera, past president of the Philippine Nurses Association of America from 2012 to 2014, and also the advisor of the PNAA Leadership Development Program. While they're coming up on the stage, again, just a friendly reminder to please answer the questions on that sheet of paper in your registration packet. And another reminder, if you have not been checked in at the registration table, please do so before the day ends. Wala. Ay, ito. Here. Here you go, it's on. Yeah. Please take your seats.
Okay, where do you?
So we can start.
Yeah.
Dr. Rivera?
Okay. Where is the clipboard?
Good afternoon. Where's the technician? Clicker. Yeah, but it's not working. Oh, there you go. So good afternoon. I'm Dr. Ray Rivera and past president as
of PNAA. On my day job, I'm the Director of Nursing Research and Innovation. Along with me is Dr. Gloria Beriones. Gloria?
Magandang hapon sa lahat. And if you can all sit down, I'm the immediate past president of the PNAA. And today we're going to learn and be really engaging and empowered to do this appreciative inquiry, okay, on transitioning, onboarding, and acculturation of internationally educated nurses.
We have your consent that if you're here, you are okay to be recorded, right? Because we will have the transcription of our engagement today. So we want you to be engaged in this process. So it means that you're consenting if you're here, okay? To participate with our appreciative AI or appreciative inquiry, not artificial intelligence. For today, when you hear AI, it's appreciative inquiry. So we will look at transitioning, as Gloria said, onboarding and acculturation of IENs. Okay, so we have several facilitators and they are seated on your table. So facilitators, please go to your table, raise your hands. Okay, and go to your table. Okie doke. Okay, thank you. So we all acknowledge them. Table 17, you have a facilitator? Table 1? Oh. Okay.
Let me help you.
Okay.
We would like to ask everybody to group themselves into tables of 10, just so it's easier for our facilitators. If you can just move and merge yourselves to tables of 10. Jusil will take table number 3. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Jusil is table number 3. Table number 12 is Marielle. Table 13 is Matty. Table 14 is MJ. Dr. Graboso is one of our facilitators. You may take a table. Warley is one of our facilitators. You may take a table. Catherine Rubio, do you have a table? Jackie, you have a table? Lourdes, you have a table? Thank you. Victoria, do you have a table? Victoria Roque? Okay. Nini. Nini Jurado.
She's not here.
Virginia Alensayo.
Alinsao.
Table 16. Janet Pagigan. Okay. Okay. Which table do not have a facilitator? Please raise your hand. Table 1, Lourdes. Yeah. Table 2. You have table 2? Okay. Table 3 is just table 4. Do you have a facilitator? Table 4? Where's table 4? Oh, no, that's the guest. Table 6. Pagigan. Okay. Table 7. You have a facilitator? Table 7? Oh, empty. Table 8. Do you have a facilitator? Table 8? Okay, maybe it's empty. Table 9. Facilitator, empty. Table 10. Facilitator, 11. Okay, I think everybody has a facilitator. If you have a table with no facilitator, please raise your hand. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So how many of you are familiar with appreciative inquiry? Anyone? Oh, can you just hold this? Okay. Okay, so we're moving on. we did this appreciative inquiry. We published appreciative inquiry on nurse leader. And
Can you hear, please? We need your attention. Okay.
okay, can you hear me?
Now, yeah, you have to put it on your bow tie instead, please. There.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, clap your hand once if you could hear me. Thank you. Okay, so as I said, I'm Ray Rivera, and with me is Dr. Gloria Berriones. So we wrote an article about appreciative inquiry about 2018 and published on Nurse Leader. We gave that as your pre-work for you to read, right? I hope you have read it, right? Thank you. So appreciative inquiry is a model. I need to walk because a little. Okay. AI, or appreciative inquiry, is a model of organizational behavior developed by David Cooper, right? And colleagues in the 1980s, along with Ronald Fry. I was trained under Ronald Fry at Case Western. So over the last decade, these AI models have been increasingly applied in healthcare organization, right? It consists of 5 components. First is the definition, okay? Identify the topic we will explore. And what are we going to explore today? Transitioning, onboarding, and acculturation process. We will discuss, discover, recognize the best that is, and dream, envision how to make what is good even better. We will stop there, and the other design and destiny we will discuss in the regional meeting. When we conduct this workshop, I conduct this workshop at New York Presbyterian. It took us about a day or two, but we are doing a humongous work, but we will do it in 75 minutes or less. Okay, so the appreciative inquiry change process, as I said, definition, discovery, dream, will stop there. But the rest of design and delivery, we will do it in the regional meeting. We hope to write this up, okay? That is expected. Oh, next slide. Hello, okay. So AI has been applied to enhance multidisciplinary communication, improve handle process and discharge planning. So what we did, hello. Oh, okay. We did this for our nurse-to-nurse interaction. Our score in nurse-to-nurse interaction was low during the time. So particularly in the areas of incivility, right? As you could imagine, when you're floated to another unit, right? It could be not a good experience, right? And also the bedside shift report. So what we did, we followed the 5 cycles, right? So, not working well. Okay. So the example of best practices that we did, you've read the article. I don't want to spend more time about it. So the bedside shift report, from our engagement with the group, we have all this recommendation. We introduce the incoming nurse to patient in positive manner, involve patients in their care plans, use clear non-technical language when we give bedside shift report. We reassure patients about continuity and quality of care, an update of whiteboards, and ensure that comfort items are in place. During that time, we still use whiteboards. Now it's all electronic, right? And then the floating, we came out with provide float nurses with welcome materials, maps, codes, guides, and assign a body nurse to help them with the orientation. So when they're floated to that particular unit. And I acknowledge and thank the float nurse by the manager. Okay, so these are best practices, and maintain consistent assignments and provide support during breaks. We don't have the luxury or the time to discuss all this thing. That's the reason there's a pre-work. Okay, you could read the article. Okay, and then the cultural shift and sustainability, the nurse manager play a key role in reinforcing AI, okay, appreciative inquiry mindset, and reframing challenges positively. Our metrics is that RN satisfaction, of course, will increase, and it did. We did this for 7 campuses. And patient satisfaction with nursing care, and encourage peer diffusion, and then scenario-based learning. So all of this you could read in the article. Now, so what we're going to do, because we have limited time.
Okay, all right. So
Okay, go ahead.
the appreciative inquiry and nominal group technique will be applied in this transitioning, onboarding, and acculturation of internationally educated nurses. If you hear about appreciative inquiry, it's about positive practices. We are going to zero in on best practices, positive, appreciative inquiry. Nominal group technique is about participation of each and every one of you in the group. However, if the idea has been mentioned, don't mention it anymore. Give a new idea that has not been done yet or has not been given or provided, okay? So quick, and so it's going to be productive. There will be there are facilitators, but in your group, there are recorder. There is a recorder. Please make sure you identify a recorder, as well as your timekeeper. That's very, very important, the timekeeper. And the facilitator will make sure that the flow will be really succinct, that you get all what is needed in the questions that are going to be posted. Go ahead, Dr.
Do you have any questions? You have identified, do not, okay. Please listen to your facilitator. You are not collecting not yet. Okay. Okay, the facilitator will welcome you. So please welcome them. Okay, thank you for the welcome. It's only 30 seconds. Thank you for the welcome, because I have only 75 minutes. Okay, and this is a quick, I know you'll do this quickly. Okay, so our objective, pay attention to me, ladies and gentlemen. You will describe the core principles of AI and that nominal group technique, explore successful practices, which I discussed already, and there's a pre-work that we did, right? You read the article. And the strengths in transitioning and onboarding IENs, and co-create actionable ideas to improve IEN acculturation. You heard Dr. Amanda spoke about Dr. Amanda from Indiana University, and he shared the best practice, one of the best practices in the field. And I love that. So, okay. So the nominal technique, Gloria?
We have this, it's round robin, it's structured, and everybody participates, and it's, you're going to actually clarify and discuss, but everybody needs to participate, okay?
So
that's it.
Let me reiterate that. Okay, so all of you will write first, right? Write your respond to items 1, 2, 3, and then later on 4, 5, 6, right? But we will start first with the dream. I mean, with the discover. Okay. So are you with me? Okay. The definition is we will explore. What are we going to explore?
Onboarding.
Transitioning. Okay. Acculturation. Okay. Okay. So this is your facilitator will say, today we're exploring a meaningful and empowering experience, right? Which I already said. Okay. Okay, let's move on. So people will ask, what is the difference between transitioning, onboarding, and acculturation? It is already on your handout. What is transitioning all about? Can anyone read what is transitioning? Volunteer. Yes, Nancy. Louder.
Again, all right. I will sing. Transitioning is defined as the overall process of adapting to the new professional and personal environment, beginning before arrival and continuing through early employment. That's
Okay, thank you. And then onboarding means that, Nancy,
Here, right here.
go ahead, complete the whole thing.
you'd like
Okay, onboarding is a structured process that introduces IENs to their new roles, responsibilities, and work environments, includes orientation, mentorship, and professional development.
And then acculturation.
Thank you.
Acculturation, acculturation.
Psychosocial and cultural adaptation process as IENs integrate into a new society and workplace.
Okay. Is there any question with the definition of the three things in your handout? Transitioning, onboarding, and acculturation. Is this clear? That is the definition part of the AI. Okay. So now, your facilitator, the clock will start to identify what works. Remember, AI is based on positive psychology. What works, right? It is based on positive psychology. It is closely aligned to the work of Martin Seligman on positive psychology. These things, you could Google it. What is positive psychology? Okay, they're telling me that I have to move here. Positive psychology by Seligman, by Martin Seligman. I love Martin Seligman from the University of Pennsylvania. And of course, the work came also from the work of David Cooper in the 80s. Questions so far about AI? It's about positive things. We will discuss about what works well. Are you with me? We do not want to hear all the negativity. We are focusing on what works well. In fact, we are doing this at PNAA. We shifted from the SWOT analysis to SOAR analysis. Are you with me?
Yes.
Okay, so you're familiar with when we do strategic planning, we go into the SOAR rather than the SWOT. Okay, good?
Yes.
So we are focusing on the positive approach or strength base. Okay, so let's the first question who is the timer? We have 30 minutes. Oh, okay, 30 minutes to discuss discover. Okay. Okay, 10 minutes on each question. We will do that. Because it's very important. Mr. Potente will give instruction to the people online. Okay? Sue, you will give instruction to the people online. They will just have to answer the question. Okay? Did we put the chat? Okay. Sue is announcing that there's a
For our audience online, we would like for them not to go into a breakout session, but to answer the questions on the document that was sent to them.
yeah, the document, there is a link.
Okay, wait, we have a little bit of a clarification from our Zoom moderator.
That's what we said though.
For the Zoom webinar attendees, we created a Survey Monkey questions of the reflective questions that are 6. So they only have to go and open the Survey Monkey, answer the questions there and submit it. That is the way that the webinar attendees will do it, through the Survey Monkey questions.
Thank you.
Tita.
Yeah. 30 minutes. Tell me what.
So just a friendly reminder that each of the question posted is 10 minutes worth in discussion. And for our Zoom audience, please answer the Survey Monkey that was sent to you.
Gloria. Tita Gloria.
If your answer is the same, you could pass.
First one comes from the 5 minutes.
Until now, we're 35% off this 17 million. And I think, since we were there for the pilot program for the hospital system, we have been out at April, specifically around the other systems that have done it in the past. I think that now that's her stage of like, I think that's a fight for a job, that's one of the pilots is not really.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Lardy. For second question. For the first question, you have 3 minutes left.
The 3 sessions that happened like
From personal life to professional life is a key to the successful outcome of the IEN policy. No, that is the policy summit. Let's do the different.
If, you should be moving to the second question by now. 10 minutes is up, but if you are already discussing the second question, that's great. This is just your reminder that you should move to the second question by now. It will be another 10-minute discussion. Again, for our participants in the Zoom, please answer the Survey Monkey that was sent to you. And for the in-person attendees, you should be discussing the second question by now, another 10 minutes.
Okay. Are you almost, you're finished with all the items? Wow. You could go back and clarify things. Yeah, make sure everything is captured because we will put all these items together. One, two, three. You finished the discovery? Okay, wow. announcement.
Five minutes to the second question.
Okay, 5 minutes to finish on discovery. 5 minutes to complete your response to
The second question.
the, yeah, there are 3 questions, 1, 2, 3.
For the second. Pero kung third na kayo, that's fine. Second na lang. Oo.
Oh, that's it.
Second question pa lang naman tayo. Second question. We have enough time. Yeah. Inoculate pa na siya. And I, pagdating sa...
Kasi bago ko tika, ano, yung palapakan ng ano, saranggan. Yan sa.
Basically, so that again, understanding pain in the situation, if divorce, and again, there's a balance. We recognize there's different. We get to the table. We value differently than
Now we should be discussing the last question. Last question. Number 3, if you are done, please proceed to the other questions for Dream.
Okay, Can you hear me?
You should be discussing the
you're done
third
with
question right now.
Discovery
Number
phase,
3,
you could
right
go
now.
to,
Number 3 right now of
You
Discover.
could go to the dream portion.
But if you're moving right along, you can advance yourself to Dream.
Please write your answer because we are collecting the data later. You could go to the dream. You could go to the dream section. Dream section.
Hey, there's still the last question on Discover.
Okay.
Yeah. Number 3 pa lang tayo.
Okay.
But others may have advanced themselves to Dream. But
Okay.
right now, we're just still in Discover. The last question in Discover. Five more minutes for the last question in Discover. 5 more minutes for the last question in Discover. But if you are already on Dream, just move on. Okay. All right. So let's contain some of the noise so we can understand each other.
There should be. Yeah, that are actually.
Okay, guys, you should be on Dream now. 6 minutes per question on Dream. Each, 6 minutes each. Six minutes per question on Dream.
Minutes each.
Please keep the chatter within your group so the other groups are not disturbed. 46.
Dr. Graboso, your hand was raised. You should be wrapping up the first question for Dream and should be starting on your second question. Kindly minimize the chatter within your table. Just a friendly reminder, you should be halfway through the discussion of the second question for Dream. You should be discussing the last question under Dream. And you should have 6 minutes to discuss the last question. You should be at the halfway point for your last question. If you are done with the discussion, please raise, facilitators, please raise your hand. Are you done? You're done? Okay. Two more minutes. 2 more minutes, and we're going. Uy, kuya. Kuya na ano. Okay, 2 more minutes. Is there any group that's still discussing? Any group that's still discussing? 1 more minute left. Okay, very good. So I see groups that bonded and are taking their picture. Very good. Facilitators, please collect the paper and make sure that you secure your recording. Okay, we would like everybody to please, if you are done, to go back to your seats or just sit with your group for now because Dr. Rivera is going to finish up this session. Facilitators, please make sure to collect the document and secure your recordings. You will be provided instructions later. For the Zoom, please make sure that you do the Survey Monkey. Okay, Dr. Rivera?
Thank you so much for participating. With Hello, okay. So thank you. That concludes our session on appreciative inquiry. The next step, because you will be wondering, what's the next step? We will collect all the data. We will have to pay a transcriber to transcribe all your responses. After that, after we do that, we will go into the design, develop what could be, and then destiny is implement the best designs into practice, right? But this is actually basically data gathering, the discovery and the dream. Okay? Again, thank you so much for participating. Okay? Now, do you have any questions? Any of the Table 1, do you have any questions? No question.
Okay, we would like to call President-elect Dr. Bob Gahol and Dr. Mary Joy Garcia Dia to show our appreciation for our facilitators for appreciative inquiry. Can we give them a round of applause, please? Thank you. I hope that you were able to appreciate the session. We will be going on a short break. Please be back here exactly at 2:15. We will have another, I think that's our last panel discussion of the afternoon. So please be back to your seats at 2:15. Thank you. Facilitators.
For the facilitators, please collect all the materials, right? Did you collect it? I will meet you outside plus the recorder because I need those data, those information.
The recorder. Yeah. Facilitators, please meet Dr. Rivera outside to turn in the documents and the recording. Thank you. Please be back here at 2:15.
Pino Doliente.
California na rin ako.
Dito, dito.
Okay, okay, okay. I
Meron na naman. Okay, that's enough.
One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10.
Announcement, break is over. Picture taking.
What's this best? Ano ba man ito?
Test, one, two, three. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
I'm not sure. Yung iba.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Hindi pa.
Ganda, ganda, tita. Send mo, send. Yeah, wala pang 2:15, 2:10 pa lang. We are on time. Okay, we have 5 minutes for people to get settled. Please sit on your tables. Tayong tatlo. Okay, just a final reminder for our facilitators to please provide the documents to Dr. Rivera, and he will also give you instructions how to secure the recordings. We just have a few more minutes left before we start our last session. Oh, yeah, yeah. You're welcome. Yeah, just put it right there. Eh, magsa-start na yung susunod na session. Magsa-start na yung susunod na session. I only have 2 more minutes. Please provide, for the facilitators, please provide the paperwork. Please meet with Dr. Rivera after the session to secure the recording. We would like to request everybody, please, to go back to your tables. We will be starting in 1 minute. Again, please go back to your tables. We will be starting in 1 minute. Thank you. Okay, we would like to call everybody back to their tables. We are starting now. We have our last panel discussion this afternoon. The people in the back, can you please go back to your chairs and join your group in the table? Okay, our last panel discussion is to talk about the current state of migration, a regulatory and legal perspective. I would like to call in our distinguished guests, Saul T. DeVries, to come up on the stage. He is our labor attaché from the Philippine Department of Migrant Workers, all the way from DC. Attorney Felix Vinluan, who is going to join us via Zoom. Unfortunately, he would have been here, but because of weather-related issues, he did not make it to Detroit. And our moderator this afternoon is our chair from the PNAA Human Rights Committee and Cypre Task Force, Marife Sevilla.
Okay, that would have been a louder clap because you just had your break. Besides, we have the most important topic for the day. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. We have the honor of having our labor attaché from Washington, D.C., labor attaché Sol Debris, who is gracing us with his expertise on global migration and regulatory and regulatory and legal perspective. And he should have been joined, like what Laarni said, by Attorney Binluan, but still not too bad because he's joining us via Zoom. Okay, so to that, I'm going to give the floor to Labor Attaché Sol Debris.
Thank you for the introduction, Ms. Marife. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Good afternoon, everyone. Of course, firstly, I'd like to thank PNAA for the invitation. Mr. Marlon Saria, thank you for the invitation. Of course, and the rest of the PNAA team, Ms. Mary Joy, Marife, who've been coordinating with our office for the last few months with respect to the holding of this IEN Policy Summit. Of course, this is one important event that we cannot afford to miss. So, kahit po binabagyo ay nandito kami. I'm, by the way, joined by my colleague, Mr. Joms Reparial. He's with me at the Migrant Workers Office. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm not sure if my presentation is already ready. Can we have it up there? Okay. Where is it? I don't have it here.
Oh, where's the clicker? Where's the clicker?
Okay. No. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Larnie. Okay. As mentioned by Ms. Marife, my topic is about the state of migration of nurses to the United States from a regulatory standpoint. And I have broken down my presentation into 4 brief parts. Of course, I'll start my presentation with the context of nurses migration. I'm pretty sure that all of you already know the context of migration. So let me just present it by way of, or as a backgrounder to my discussion. And then I will proceed with a discussion on the institutional structures with respect to the migration of nurses. This would involve the key stakeholders in migration of nurses to the United States. What are the responsibilities? What are the roles, specific roles of those migration actors? with respect to the deployment and migration of Filipino nurses to the United States. And then the third part of my presentation will dwell on certain policies and regulations with respect to the recruitment and deployment of Filipino nurses to the United States. And I will end my presentation with some issues, challenges, and possibly directions that we can take as far as nurses migration to the United States is concerned. Okay. Well, based on estimates, there are over 150,000 Filipino nurses in the United States working in the healthcare systems. I'm not sure if I have not verified that the statistics officially, but I'm pretty sure it's an accurate estimate considering the fact that you see Filipino nurse in almost every healthcare facility here in the United States. And I think Filipino nurses are among the largest immigrant healthcare worker groups in the United States. And the large presence of Filipino nurses here in the United States is a testament of the enduring appeal, no, of Filipino nurses as healthcare professionals with dignity, with compassion, and with competence. Do you agree? I'm sure. Historically speaking, yung start ng migration to the United States of nurses started during the immediate post World War II period, no? That was during the time when Americans had an acute shortage of nurses. And because the Philippines, having been influenced by the American American nursing education system, the Philippines was a natural choice as source of Filipino nurses. And since then, nurses migration from the Philippines to the US never stopped. But under contemporary times, the continuing migration pattern of nurses has been driven by a confluence or an interplay of push and pull factors. Economic conditions, yung lack of employment opportunities in the Philippines, wage disparities are among the driving forces that push nurses away from the Philippines to the United States. Many Filipino nurses seek better opportunities abroad because of limited career advancement, low salaries and benefits, and even, sad to say, unfavorable working conditions there in the Philippines. On the other side of the equation, you have the factors that pull nurses naman to the United States. The growing demand, the never-ending demand for nurses here in the United States, with the promise of job security, better employment opportunities, professional advancement. These are the factors that make United States desirable among Filipino nurses. Yung enhanced quality of life is also attracting nurses to come to the United States. Okay, so that's the context of migration to the United States. So let's move on to the institutional structures. In the Philippine landscape the Philippine landscape, the deployment of Filipino nurses is a product of policies, systems, and processes involving key migration stakeholders in both the government and the private sector. And this constitute the migration mechanism that have been put in place to ensure the safe, orderly, and ethical migration of Filipino nurses. The Department of Migrant Workers is at the very forefront, no, of the migration system. This is the department that I represent. No? It is the government agency that is charged with monitoring, regulating, and facilitating the overseas employment of Filipino workers, including, of course, Filipino nurses. The DMW sets the standards for licensing of agencies. It sets the standard for workers' recruitment. It also sets the standards for accreditation of foreign employers, of US employers, US staffing agencies, or US recruitment agencies. And under the Department of Migrant Workers, you have the Migrant Workers Office. That is our office. So we're the ones implementing policies, programs, and systems developed by the Department of Migrant Workers. With respect to nurses migration, our role is to do the verification and accreditation of US employers, staffing agencies, or US recruitment agencies. Yung Commission ng Filipinos Overseas naman, on the other hand, provides information and guidance to departing Filipino nurses. One of its core roles, or one of its core functions, is to provide pre-departure orientation seminar for Filipino nurses to help them prepare for the realities of life abroad, of working overseas. Of course, syempre nandiyan yung mga employers. The employers, the staffing agencies, the foreign recruitment agencies, on the other hand, are mainly responsible, obviously, for visa processing, for providing relocation, integration, and even adaptation support to Filipino nurses. For shaping the work environment, obviously, it's the employers that have the most influence, that will the most influence with respect to the working conditions of our nurses. And of course, protecting the interests of nurses are also the responsibility, or is also the responsibility of employers, staffing agencies, and recruitment agencies. And of course, yung licensed Filipino recruitment agencies there in the Philippines has also an important role. They provide the bridge between the opportunity and reality. At of course, you have this opportunity. The recruitment agency would provide or facilitate in getting that opportunity become the reality for nurses. Of course, they also help identify nursing talents. Obviously, the recruitment is being done through licensed recruitment agencies. They assist candidates in the documentation needed for migration. Of course, they also provide initial orientation on deployment and other support. So these are the key migration actors with respect to the migration of Filipino nurses to the United States. Now, let's move on to the policies and regulations. It has been the state policy of the Philippines to protect the rights and promote the welfare of our overseas Filipino workers. All Filipino workers departing from the Philippines should be protected that has been the state policy of the Philippines or of the Philippine government. And that policy has been very much enshrined in the Philippine Constitution, the Labor Code of the Philippines, and other landmark legislations like the Migrant Workers Act or the Migrant Workers and Other Overseas Filipinos Act of 1995. Recently, we passed Republic Act 11641. No? This is the law that created our department, the Department of Migrant Workers. So all these laws have incorporated that policy, of the state to protect every Filipino worker departing from the Philippines. And this has been the anchor of our migration governance. That policy has been our anchor in terms of migration governance. It is also the guiding principle for the deployment of Filipino nurses. Yung processes, the systems that have been put in place for the recruitment and employment of Filipino nurses revolve around this principle. They ensure that our nurses deployed to the United States are protected by employment agreements that guarantee fair compensation, safe working conditions, and of course, the most important, respect for their rights. But in recent years, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, we have been confronted with that fundamental issue of preserving the right of every nurse to seek employment overseas while ensuring that the Philippine healthcare system there in the Philippines is not left vulnerable by the lack of skilled nurses. At the height of the pandemic po, the Philippine government imposed temporary deployment ban and even numerical limitations, so numerical quota, with respect to the deployment of healthcare workers, including Filipino nurses. But while that action of the Philippine government is justified, nandun yung issue, na yung karapatan, the right of the nurse to live abroad, to live for overseas work, cannot be assailed. So the Philippine policy now is to have a balanced approach, with respect to these two competing interests. Will we, of course, preserve the right of Filipino nurses to work abroad? But at the same time, we are confronted by the question of the need to preserve, the need to keep the Philippine healthcare system also healthy by, of course, managing the migration of our Filipino nurses. Now, in terms of regulations po, the recruitment and deployment of nurses are governed by certain rules. This rule, first, nurses, 1 minute na lang pala ako. Let me just make it a little quicker. First, we have the rule on direct hiring ban policy. All nurses to be recruited from the Philippines should go through the Philippine Licensed Recruitment Agency. And this is based on the direct hiring ban policy under the Labor Code of the Philippines. We have not changed this law ever since it was enacted in 1974. And therefore, we still continue to impose this policy of hiring workers through the participation of licensed recruitment agencies. Second, all employers, all staffing agencies should be accredited. They cannot just go to the Philippines without being accredited. No? The process of accreditation involves the review of the legitimacy as well as the capacity of the employers to hire Filipino workers. Without accreditation, they cannot recruit workers from the Philippines. And third is the verification of standard employment contract. During the verification process of the standard employment contract, we look at the terms and conditions stipulated in the employment contract and make sure that these stipulations are in compliance with existing policies, laws, and practices, no, in both the United States as well as in the Philippines. Okay. Fourth, sorry. Yeah, recently po, we impose certain conditions, no, with respect to the payment of liquidated damages, no. Kapag yung breach of contract by the NARS is based on valid causes, like hindi nabigyan ng tamang trabaho, the NARS was discriminated against, he or she was subjected to unhealthy working condition, poor working condition, then the NARS may breach the contract and cite those situations as reason. If that is the case, then no liquidated damages should be collected from the NARS. But if the NARS breaches the contract without any valid cause, of course, we allow collection of liquidated damages, but the collection should be prorated. It should be adjusted depending on the length of service already rendered by the NARS. And lastly, of course, we require that all nurses undergo the mandatory, it's mandatory, mandatory pre-departure orientation seminar given by the different stakeholders, including, of course, the CFO, the Migrant Workers Office, the Department of Migrant Workers. So lastly po, ito po yung mga nakikita naming challenges, no? Of course, we know that migration of nurses are beneficial not only to the nurses themselves and their families, but also to both the Philippines and the United States. But I think these advantages are also counterbalanced, no, by certain issues and challenges. First, the continued migration of nurses can create critical gaps. I have already mentioned this already, and create critical gaps in Philippine healthcare system. When too many skilled workers are leaving the country, then our own hospitals may also be forced to operate with reduced staff, potentially compromising patient care, as those who remain there in the Philippines are overwhelmed with workload. Second is the risk of exploitation. No matter what, how much we diligently work in protecting our nurses, we still continue to see instances, there are still instances when employers, agencies do not honor the agreements, or where recruitment agencies are engaged in unethical practices. And then, of course, you still have that multi-layered processes for entry and employment of Filipino nurses in the United States. Our nurses still face such issues as visa backlogs, of course, difficulties in credentialing, in licensing, etc. So in light of these issues and challenges, I think we still need to continue to collaborate with our key stakeholders in the United States. We need to apply that principle of reciprocity. We need our U.S. stakeholders to support our efforts in strengthening our own healthcare infrastructure by providing investments in nursing education, technology transfer, as well as capability building initiatives. And lastly, of course, we need to make ethical recruitment of nurses a responsibility of all stakeholders, no? Tayo, no? The regulatory bodies, the employers, the staffing agencies, and everyone else involved in migration of nurses. So with that, thank you very much.
This will, after Labor Attaché Sol Debris, it will be followed by a Zoom presentation by Attorney Felix Venluan of New York.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Am I good to proceed? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. As I mentioned earlier, I would really have loved to be there with you in Detroit, Michigan in person, but weather didn't cooperate yesterday. My flight was canceled, as were thousands of other flights coming from the Northeast, from the New York City area. So good afternoon, everyone. And to those who are participating by Zoom, I see people from a lot of countries all over the world. Good morning or good evening, as the case may be. So my topic this afternoon is current state of migration from a legal perspective. The current state of migration to the United States, as everyone probably knows, shows a large, first slide, please. It shows a large and diverse, first slide, please. So the current state of migration to the US shows a large and diverse immigrant population. According to the government's current population survey that came out this past January, there are 53.3 million immigrants in the country, people who were born from not the United States. And out of the total population of the United States right now, which is about 347 million, the immigrant population constitutes about 15.8% of the total US population. And Mexico, first slide still, Mexico remains the top country as top country of birth for US immigrants, followed by India, China, Philippines, and El Salvador. Cuba, Vietnam, Dominican Republic, Guatemala, and Colombia are constitute the second five of the first top 10 sources of birth for US immigrants. Next slide. Most immigrants in the country, 77%, according to the Pew Research Center, are in the country legally. And these immigrants are those who have become naturalized US citizens, who are still current permanent residents, and some, about 4%, are lawful temporary residents, such as H-1B, TN, R1, L1, the alphabet soup. And the rest, about 23% of the immigrant population, are those who are considered unauthorized or undocumented. They are the ones who have entered the country without permission, maybe have crossed the border, and those who have overstayed their stay after entering legally. Now, just to make sure everyone knows, even those who are considered to be unauthorized or undocumented, some of them remain in the country with permission to live and work because they have secured what's called the temporary protected status, TPS, or those children who came here before 2007, they have secured DACA benefits, and those who have applied asylum applications. They are authorized to remain and work in the country. Next slide, please. the law governing U.S. immigration policy is called the Immigration and Nationality Act, INA, and it's codified as 8 USC 1104 its sequentur, or the following. This was codified back in 1964, but in 1990, the law, the INA, was amended to increase the total number of visas available per year, and they came up with the number 675,000. And out of that 675,000 permanent visas to be made available to the whole world, 480,000 of those visas would be for family reunification purposes, and 140,000 would be for employment petition sponsorships. There were also 55,000 diversity visas that will be made available to countries that had less representation in the United States. So in addition to this numerical limitation, which is 675,000, remember this was back in 1990, there is also what's called the per country ceiling or limitation. So there is no group of permanent immigrants from a single country can exceed 7% of the total number of people immigrating to the United States in a single fiscal year. So there is a maximum number of people coming from one country, and that maximum number is like 47,250. Next slide, please. Today, we are in 2025, over 30 years after the amendment of INA, this number, the numerical limitation of 675,000, has been left intact. It has not been updated to reflect today's immigration needs. And because of this no future increase of the visas that are being made available, we have what is called backlogs in the processing of visas. It's not uncommon that the US government, the US CIS, or the US Department of Homeland Security is processing applications that were filed more than 20 years ago. So you can check your US Department of State's visa bulletin. It changes every month. For Filipinos, they might be very familiar with the sponsorships made by their US citizen siblings. The wait is about 23, 22 years. For those who are being sponsored through the employment process, like registered nurses, the wait now is more than 2 years. They're only processing, as of July 2025, petitions that had been filed back in April of 2023. Now, in addition to the permanent visa numbers that are being made available, there are also temporary visas, and we talked about this earlier, like H-1B, TN, H-2A, and H-2B. They permit employers to hire and petition foreign nationals for specific jobs in a limited period of time. Next slide, please. Now, let's go to the nursing migration. As we all know, and as mentioned by Labat earlier, there has been a nursing shortage in the United States since after the Second World War. And this nursing shortage remains today, and it's gonna stay for many more years. Nursing migration remains to be a significant factor in addressing this persistent nursing shortage faced by the United States. Right now, our population here in the US, it's getting, people are getting much older than they used to be, okay? And then nurses who used to work back in the 60s, they have retired, and some have left their profession, especially during COVID too. And so there is even greater need for nurses to come into the picture to address the nursing shortage. So this nursing shortage presents both opportunities and significant challenges for internationally educated nurses, IENs. Back to the previous slide, please. Previous slide, please. Okay. No, the previous slide. Okay. According to CGFNS International, in 2024, there were 25,000 nurses from over 100 countries that applied for visa screen services. It's a crucial step in obtaining a US visa. And the prominent source countries, Philippines always number one there, but African countries too, Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana are also up there. India and Canada are also prominent source countries. Next slide, please. As discussed earlier, because of the non-changing of the visa numbers that are made available, there is a limited number of permanent visas that are made available for employment-based sponsorships, resulting in backlogs. And nowadays, we also hear a lot of anti-immigrant rhetoric, and there are proposals to limit immigrants' role in the workplace. In addition to this, we have observed that there are petitioning employers that even to this day have refused to abide by contractual obligations that they have entered into with the petitioned nurses pertaining to H&R and other terms of employment. Another issue that has been raised and has been touched also even by Drs. Rivera and Briones earlier is the proper assimilation into the workplace by these internationally educated nurses. They talk about transitioning, onboarding, and acculturation. So I said there should be proper assimilation to the workplace. We have seen internationally educated nurses being culturally shocked when they come here and they find out they're going to be working at a nursing home with, for them, non-manageable number of patient caseload. For example, 40 patients you're going to take care of. They're shocked. So there should be some training in the particular healthcare setting as well. In certain countries, there are no nursing homes, or there is no home care maybe. So these are the things that even Labat earlier discussed. In addition, another challenge is the issue that was also brought by Labat was the brain drain and other adverse effects in the source countries. Next slide, please. So I would end this presentation with a challenge or maybe proposed solutions. There was a time when the elderly members of your community came into the country as H-1A visa holders. This was back in the 60s and early 70s. Then back in the 1990s, some came with a non-immigrant visa called H-1C. Okay, of course, there is still that permanent visa, the green card. So what should your community, the internationally educated nurses, hold as a position with regard to addressing the need to cure or to address the nursing shortage in the United States? Should there be lobbying to increase the number of visas to be made available specifically for registered nurses? That's up to you, but it has been done before, and maybe lobbying could be the solution to it. With regard to the assimilation of internationally educated nurses into their new assignments, like I said, there are issues about the area where they live. I have heard of a Filipino nurse, for example, who was assigned to a rural area in upstate New York. There were very few other Filipinos in that community. She was shocked to find out that she was going to take care of 40 patients all by herself. She didn't know what to do, and it was reported that she committed suicide thereafter because of she couldn't handle the job. So what should the nursing community, internationally educated community of nurses do to make sure that these nurses, upon coming to the country, are properly transitioned, onboarded, and acculturated, in the words of Drs. Rivera and Briones? So I guess that's one of the things that you had discussed earlier, and I'm looking forward to your suggestions that hopefully would be published. In addition to that, there are issues about compliance by petitioning employers as to the terms and conditions of their contractual obligations. So I understand from Labat that they have standard employment contracts, but nonetheless, how do we monitor this to make sure that these employers abide by their contractual obligations? There are a lot of cases still. We are now in the year 2025, and we still see federal cases involving not just Filipino nurses, but other nurses from other countries as well, who have complained about violations of the terms and conditions of their employment. Some have complained about the Labat mentioned about liquidated damages. Here in New York, for example, there is legislation that had just been passed that if a healthcare professional who is working in an agency, staffing agency, transfers directly to a healthcare institution, liquidated damages is considered to be illegal. So maybe lobbying again, because New York law is just good for New York. So maybe that's something that you can think of, and your nursing associations from your different states, you can do some lobbying work. Now, with regard to addressing the brain drain and adverse effects of the healthcare systems of source countries, this is not just an issue being faced by the Philippines. African countries are facing this as well. A lot of African nurses are coming into not just the United States, but United Kingdom as well as in the Middle East. So it has adverse effects on their own healthcare system. Labat mentioned we would like to take care that our own healthcare system remains healthy as well. So what should you, the internationally educated nurses, do or propose as a policy for all the stakeholders to come up with to address the brain drain that's happening in the source countries? There has been talk about restitution or compensation. How would this be done? That's something that you need to discuss among yourselves and maybe come up with a solution. I guess that should be it. I'm a little bit fast, I guess, with my presentation, 3 minutes early, but we would accept any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Vinluan. Now, we could entertain 1 or 2 questions from the audience.
Matthew Pano from PNA, Indiana.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm Matthew Pano from PNA, Indiana. Attorney Vinluan, one of his responsibilities is to ensure that employers serve their legal contractual obligation for nursing employment. How about the IENs themselves? Both Dr. Sol, Mr. Sol, Debris, and Stephen Luan talked about liquidated damages. How about the IENs? Most of our IENs don't honor their contractual obligations. They breach their contract. And the sad part is that most of these breaches are because the reasons are they want to join their relatives in other states. And so our nursing homes are being burnt, and the recruiters are being burnt because of this. And some of them are even contemplating of not hiring nurses because they're the big culprit of this breach. What is the Philippine government doing about it? What can be done about it? What do you recommend?
I guess that's a question to Labat.
Thank you for that question. Of course, I have already mentioned about the 2 conditions that we have put in place now as far as the issue of liquidated damages is concerned. 1, if the nurse breaches his or her contract with valid cause. Of course, you were saying that transfer of the the interest of the nurse to transfer from one place to another because of their relatives, then that probably does not count as a valid cause. And therefore, you can always run after the nurse, for the collection of liquidated damages. Of course, again, we have also put the second condition, when you collect liquidated damages, of course, I think you should also take into consideration the the length of service already rendered by the nurse. The policy of the POA then and now the Department of Migrant Workers, as far as liquidated damages is concerned, to be honest with you, ma'am, is that we do not allow liquidated damages. If we see the provision of liquidated damages in the contract, we ask the employer to remove it. But of course, we respect US jurisprudence. We know that US jurisprudence allows the collection of liquidated damages. And that is why we are also not asking the employers to remove that provision. But of course, we need to set certain conditions to also protect the nurses. I think we are also fair, to both the nurses and the employers. We do not want the nurses to be breaching their contract whimsically. And that is exactly the reason that we also honor the right of the employers, the staffing agencies to run after the nurses.
We could have one more question, please.
Hi, I'm Sophia Aragon from Washington State, and I have a question for both of you. So you both brought up issues where, from my understanding, the Philippine government promotes the civil rights of nurses that work elsewhere in countries. And there's a thought with brain, a potential idea of retribution when another country basically takes the workforce of the other. But what I'm curious about is that in general, the laws of one country isn't binding on another. So what would that look like? Like a treaty between the two nations or some kind of other arrangement? Just curious, what would you suggest the policy actually?
This is Felix Vinluan. If I may answer your question, there have been in the past agreements between a source country and the destination country, the recipient country, for exchange program. So for example, a source country sends the nurses, they will require the nurses to go back and teach whatever they have learned in the destination countries, in an exchange program too. There have been talks about, in consideration for the migration of a particular group of healthcare professionals or professionals, there would be some terms maybe in other tariffs, maybe you're talking of tariffs nowadays, that had been discussed before. There is also talk about the destination country investing into the source country in technology transfer, that kind of stuff. That's why I have raised this question about the issue of restitution or compensation, not just by the destination countries or the recipient countries, but also by the other stakeholders, because the healthcare institutions that are involved, and even the nurses themselves, for example, who have migrated from a source country, they should have also an obligation to their source country. I don't have hard and fast rules or solutions to this issue, but it needs to be discussed, because every country's healthcare system needs to remain healthy. It's just that one country needs it more and they provide more benefits. It doesn't mean that we have to forget where those healthcare professionals have come from.
There's another question.
Can I just make a point? I agree with your statement that our laws, the laws of sending countries are not enforceable in destination countries. Probably the best way to do this is to have, of course, you mentioned treaty, perhaps we can have a memorandum of agreement. We do this all the time, no? The Philippine government forges memorandum of agreements with host governments, no? Which provides framework for cooperation. And that agreement could include arrangements, collaborations in terms of investment by stakeholders in host countries to the Philippines on nursing education. I mentioned this already. Probably the host government or stakeholders in the host country could do capability building trainings, could transfer technologies from the host country to the Philippines, to the sending country.
Thank
We
you.
will have one question from the webinar group, please.
This is from the online question. The question, is, how does our foreign policy define competitive salary? And if it does define such, are recruitment agencies being monitored?
Could you repeat the question, please? I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. How does our foreign policy define competitive salary? And if it does define such,
Well,
are recruitment agencies being monitored?
well, of course, we do not, there's no definition of competitive salaries. By the name itself, it has to be competitive. You'll have to compete with other countries needing nurses. A lot of governments are knocking on the doors of the Philippine government for nurses. And we tell them the only way to attract nurses from the Philippines is to make your offer better than the others. No, that will be the natural attraction of nurses. So no, we do not have definition to answer your question directly. We do not have definition on competitive wages. It all depends on the economic condition of the host country. The standards set by law enforcement regulatory bodies, in the host country.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that was the last question because our next speaker, in respect to our next speaker, she's here already. And may I call on President Marlon Saria. Thank you, Labat, for that enlightening discussion that we had. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We want to thank both of our speakers, especially Attorney Vinluan, who joined us via Zoom. And of course, Mr. DeVers. Thank you, Mr. DeVries. That was so enlightening. Thank you so much for the discussion. And now it is with distinct honor I introduce to you our EndNote speaker this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. DeVries. Dr. Jennifer Mensick Kennedy is a highly accomplished nursing leader, serving as the 38th president of the American Nurses Association. She holds a PhD from the University of Arizona and an MBA from the University of Phoenix. She is also a notable author of several articles on leadership and staffing. Dr. Kennedy brings a rich blend of frontline experience, scholarly expertise, and executive leadership, positioning her as, I can't even read my own handwriting, I'm so sorry, as a key advocate and strategist of the modern nursing profession. We are so honored to have you, Dr. Kennedy. Thank you.
Oh, I don't see my slides up here, so we're gonna go out for a ride. And I brought my phone up, even though I know there are, well, there's a clicker. Perfect. Okay, good. So oftentimes, I see wonderful people keeping track of time for me, and I've got my phone up here, and I always keep track of time on my phone. And my 13-year-old has an uncanny ability to know right when I'm going to do something important. He starts texting me. So right before I come up here, he's like, "Mom, mom, mom." And I'm like, "Oh, 3 moms. Seems like that's urgent." And he's like, I said, "Yes." He says, "When his stepsister moves out, can he have her room?" So we'll talk about this later. A couple weeks ago at membership assembly in Washington, D.C., I'm on the dais, hundreds of people. I'm trying to run a business meeting. Of course, I got my phone up here. He texts me and I'm like, okay. So I, nonchalantly click on it to see what he's texting me. He sends me a photo of this cheese and he says, "When you're at Costco next time, can you get this?" So it's like he doesn't know, but he keeps the tradition. I'm like, and I take a picture of the room. I'm like, I am busy right now, but we'll get back to the cheese and we'll get back to the room. So we're good. So thank you for having me today. It is my honor to be in this room with each and every one of you. You do amazing work and we so need you. And thank you for being here, first and foremost. My presentation is going to go over a lot of different things. Really, it's about talking about the Code of Ethics and our commitment to DEIB and some of the work we're doing at a federal level, kind of all tucked into one that is important as we move things forward. This is a nice video that half the time it doesn't work, and I don't know if anybody over in the IT.
In hospitals, in homes, classrooms, clinics. There is a rhythm. It drives the beat of healthcare forward every day. Often on tired feet, with hands that provide the gentlest of touches and can orchestrate a symphony of care felt from hospitals to schools and across communities. You give and give and give some more. You have the power to care without judgment, and you are a force to be reckoned with, a force for change. And we stand with you to advocate for improved work environments, better education, better policies, and better partnerships to ensure the standards in practice, education, and leadership go beyond the call of excellence. And to gather the resources you need to create change across healthcare systems and communities. For you are the pillar of strength from which we all stand. With one united voice, we are powerful. And you are the rhythm that keeps us all together. That is the power of nurses.
And then I assume you guys will help me get back to the presentation. Thank you. So that is the power of nurses. And the power of nurses is each and every one of you in this room. And hoping you recognize, no matter where you are in your journey, that you will get things done and take care of things and heal people and be there. So thank you for all of that. Ooh, there we go. Thank you. There we go. So for over 20 years, we have been voted the most ethical and trusted profession by Press Gaining. And before I talk about the code of ethics, this is really important to me. People have heard me say, you know, when they ask me, what keeps you up at night? I say this actually keeps me up at night. And this keeps me up at night because what happens if next year, when the Press Gaining survey comes out again, what if the public doesn't vote us the most trusted? What happened? What did we as nurses do, or what did we not do to lose that recognition in the public? And that's what keeps me up at night. That's what I think about. That's what I'm thinking every day is like, are we doing what we're supposed to be doing to keep that trust in us as a profession? And that's super important. So our code of ethics comes out every 10 years. We update it every 10 years because there's a lot going on, particularly since the last time we updated it. And it came out in January. The QR code will get you there. It was over about 2 years of work, nearly, I think 60 specialists contributing to the writing of this provision. And we had the most significant updates ever to the code of ethics. In the code of ethics, this is the first time that the word racism ever shows up and appears. Because up until now, we never talked about those words. But we knew it was very important to embed it in this code because we have to change things. But it's also about the other things going on in society. We have AI, technology, we have climate change, we have continued shortages. So we really brought all of that in. And when we looked at updating the code of ethics, the code of ethics is created into relationship areas, right? Nurse to patient relationship, the nurse to nurse relationship, the relationship we have with each other, nurse to society. But also new is a 10th provision that speaks about our role across the globe, which is absolutely important. And why I'm also here today is that we really are one whole entity, a profession, whether it's United States or in other countries, we are truly one. And whatever we do impacts the rest. Importantly, the code of ethics recognizes that every human being has inherent worth and value, regardless of their race, their religion, their background. And as nurses, we are there. I was talking to someone at lunch and we had a person on LinkedIn who made a random comment that I got tagged. I get tagged on a lot of stuff on social media and I try not to look and read because it would spend my entire day reading all the things I was tagged on. This person was saying basically that they didn't have to, as a nurse, follow the code of ethics because their ethics are being a nurse is just a job to them and that they don't need to follow the code of ethics. And it's been a couple of weeks since this conversation to think that we do have nurses who think of nursing as a job and not as a profession. And that's how we lose that most trusted rating, is because those nurses interact with people and patients see that. They see that lack of caring, that lack of empathy, and that lack of understanding for everyone in their unique spot in the world. And so it is absolutely important that as we continue our work and when we talk about equity and advocacy, that it stays forefront no matter what's going on in the federal government or in the world today. So looking at the workforce, one of the important pieces is that we've known for a long time that nursing in the United States is very white female. It's about 76-78% white female, compared to the fact that white people only make up 58% of the United States. So we're disproportionately over too much. And we know how important it is for people and for patients to be taken care of by people that look like them, who understand the culture, who live and breathe that. And so how are we working to make sure that we bring everyone into the workforce, that we bring everyone in so that people look like the caregivers look like their patients? And this is a very important work because there are a lot of barriers and a lot of issues that Filipino nurses face, other Asian nurses face, Native Alaskans face, our Black nurse colleagues face, that we need to overcome to bring them to the table and bring them in. It's absolutely imperative. Then internationally educated nurses, which was a very fascinating statistic, right? So about 3.6%, I think is what that says. I can't read this, of our RNs were born outside of the United States coming from Philippines. That's a very wonderful number to be proud of, that we have this diversity and we have those individuals coming into the United States. And this kind of gives you a glance at the other countries too, and where people are coming from the last couple of years. But we have a lot of work to do still. I'd like to see more men in nursing. My husband's a nurse, but wouldn't it be a different look if half of the nurses were men? What would that look like? So when we talk about diversity, it is culture, it is race, it is gender. So as we look at how to solve some of these issues and how to bring more people at the table and to reduce barriers and to stop racism, we have to do this from a very collaborative perspective. It's including coming to here. It's including working with NCMA, the National Coalition for Ethnic Minority Nurses Associations. It's working with the Philippine Nurses Association of America, because one of the things we've learned very strongly is we might think we have the answers at the American Nurses Association because we have a long history of doing not the right things. We had structures and systems in place that stopped even Black nurses from being members of ANA into the 70s. And that was really too recent. So what did we do? And how can we undo that going forward so that we have a stronger association where everyone knows and feels they are represented equally? And that means partnering with everyone, because it's nothing about me without me. And that is the concept that we are continuing with. Back in 2021, we started the work with past President Ernest Grant, the National Coalition for Ethnic Minority Nurses Associations, the Philippine Nurses Association of America, on creating the Commission to Address Racism in Nursing. And unfortunately, we've had way too many individuals stating they face racism, peer-to-peer, manager to nurse, and in the community. And so the Commission on Racism in Nursing was addressed to understand and to tackle some of these issues. They found that quite a few people were experiencing this across the board. And that was one of the first surveys they did in early 2021, is to understand the issues that were in front of us. So 63% of nurses have personally experienced racism in the workplace, and nearly half of nurses say there is a lot of racism in nursing. And that's a lot to unpack. But as much as people say that and feel that, I want everyone in here to know that we are working to fix this and to address this. So then the commission continued with a lot of different reports. You can go on the site, you can look up the National Commission and look at the types of reports that they created on all sorts of information, which are really invaluable for us understanding the complexities of where we're at today. Then, well, they continued with education called Equity in Action. If you want, there's a QR code too that'll get you exactly to that spot as well. There's a lot of QR codes in here because it helps you take to the right page. I know if I search our website, I can't find anything. So QR codes get us right where we're going. So commission provided, what we realized is we needed to continue with grants and provide this funding because a lot of organizations wanted to do the work, wanted to move things forward. They had wonderful ideas. There's not a lot of funders. Even a few years ago, there wasn't a lot of funders. Today, there's a lot less funding. So we needed to move funding forward and provided a couple $100,000 for these individual organizations to work on projects. Their information will be coming out soon, I believe, in the American Nurse Today. But these are projects such as about vaccines in Native Alaskan population children. This is about hair care for all types of hair in the healthcare setting. So programs that can be widely used and shared across all settings and escalate. So then, as we continue to work, because it's a lot to talk about things, but then there's a lot that we need to start doing more at ANA. So in 2022, we, the membership assembly, overwhelmingly approved this statement on racial reckoning, which is, as I noted, a recognition of all the wrongs we've done. We've done some bad things and we need to fix this. We're not going to be able to change our past, but we can move forward in the future. And this was our testament. And this was our promise as a group, as the voting group, that we were going to make a difference with this work. So then additionally, including ANA Michigan, gave out additional grants to continue the work for people to be able to help provide DEI/AB education and training and looking at this at a local level within their state because we saw such a need again, but yet no one is funding so much of this work. So not only are we talking and providing presentations, but providing grants for organizations who can do something with this and move the needle, because it's not going to just take us, it's going to take everyone in this room, and it's going to take every organization at the table to change this behavior in the long run. So then we created the Racial Reckoning think tank. And so again, that belief that nothing about us without us. So we had decided we were going to get the National Coalition of Ethnic Minority Nursing Association together with others. You know, our National Indian Nurses participated, PNAA participated, and got everyone together and had many wonderful meetings virtually to talk about what it was that ANA needed to do. And then we got to meet in Las Vegas. But of course, what happens in Las Vegas stays in Las Vegas. So we're going to leave that there. Well, actually, it doesn't totally stay, because here's some of the results of Las Vegas. So we came up with this wonderful group setting of recommendations that ANA needs to work on. And there's a lot there, but here's some of the things that we said we were going to take into consideration. Now, we need to look at how to operationalize this and what we can do in this environment. And it's important because when we started this work, there was a different administration in office. Things were very different executive orders, different legalities of things. During this whole work, some words became illegal. And so that's not changing, though, what we do, because no one can change what we do, because what we do is in our heart. So regardless of whatever words we choose to use or not, whether we use DEI/AB or say diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility, belonging, it's about in our hearts knowing what is right to do and doing it. And no one can stop that. They can stop us from saying words, but they cannot stop us from the actions that we need to do. So maybe we use words like under-resourced. All good. We're going to continue to work on those who are under-resourced then. So then we continue this work, and I'm really excited to see where we even go in 2025 and 2026, the rest of the year. How many people went to the Equity Summit in February in DC? Not, that's okay. There's only 250 people, and I'm sure someone watching probably did go. But we were feet away from the White House, right after people were told they couldn't do DEIB anymore. And we held this equity summit at the press club. We actually had speakers and people who had to cancel at the last moment because their organization said they could not attend an equity summit because the words were too divisive. But we continued on. And so many people said this was the best summit or best conference that they had outside of today, because they got to talk about things freely and openly and had those experiences with other people to be able, who had those lived experiences. And it was so powerful for people to have a place to speak those truths. So looking totally forward to this next coming year and the continued work that we do. And I'd love to sit there and have an equity summit on the White House lawn. So we'll see if that goes. So I want people to know that our vision for equity in nursing is clear. Regardless of what words we can or can't use, we're going to continue to do the work, knowing that there is some things at risk from a funding perspective if we continue. But a nursing profession where every nurse has the equal opportunity to excel and every patient receives the highest standard of equitable care. We will not rest until health equity is a reality embedded in the heart and hands of every nurse and reflected in everyday practice. Together, we'll lead the charge to transform healthcare into a system that is just, inclusive, and truly equitable for everyone. Absolutely, everyone in this room. So, for those of you new particularly into the United States, a couple of years ago, there was a report from the National Academy that talked about structural inequities and where have we gotten related to structural inequities in healthcare. And they looked at a few decades worth of work and found that the US healthcare system, surprisingly, hasn't really made any strides in improving the inequities our patients are seeing. And so the structures persist, and that takes everyone in this room to help understand them and speak up, because in a way you're an ally for your patient, you're an advocate for your patient. And when you see these structures and those barriers wherever they are, I'm calling on you to call them out and that we can change them together, because creating and writing documents and something living on a shelf isn't going to change the world. It will be our actions, as you see soon in the streets, actions in Congress that are going to change the structures that we need so that everyone is taken care of. You shouldn't have less care because of a zip code that you live in. So one of the inequities, of course, is mental health services in the United States. And of mental health services, particularly Asian Americans and Filipino Filipinos, general population, are less likely than whites and are the least likely of all the races to get mental health services. And again, I think this harkens back to having providers that look like them, take care of them, and connecting with them. And if you haven't heard about the Minority Fellowship Program, you're going to want to take a snap at that QR code. Now you're like, I'm not interested in mental health or being a mental health provider, but maybe you have a colleague who is, or a friend who is, that you can pass this on to. So I know we need more Filipino nurses coming into this program. And over the last 50 years, this program has been in existence with the American Nurses Association. We've had over 1,000 graduates. You get stipends and help to get master's and advanced degrees to help prepare you for a career in mental health so that you can go back and serve your under-resourced communities. So strongly consider this or send this to one of your colleagues who might be thinking about it so that we can get more of the word out on this. It's very, very important. Innovation's important. And this is a wonderful podcast. And there's a lot I can talk about innovation, but we don't have all that much time and my son has not texted me yet, so we're good. But but here's another one to follow. The See You Now podcast. So many wonderful podcasts about nurses, everyday nurses, not the president of ANA or the president of PNAA, but nurses who are leading change and innovation where they're at, to give you real life stories that you can do the same things yourself. And I urge you to understand that is your power. No one knows the system or the structure of healthcare and patient care better than nurses. You've got a power that really will change our system in the United States. Well-being. So the code tells us, of course, we're going to take care of people. But the code of ethics also says that you do not need to take care of a patient to the detriment of your own health. It implores you to take care of yourself as well, and not just not taking breaks or not going to lunch. I remember as a nurse 25 years ago, working 12-hour shifts, 13, 14-hour shifts, and not going to the bathroom once and not eating or drinking on a shift. And that is unacceptable, but we didn't do much about it. And I'm looking to everyone now, we've got to do something and change, because that cannot no longer be acceptable. And it still happens way too much today. So you're learning, how do I become healthy? Or what resources do I have? This is a free program for every nurse. We've had hundreds of thousands of nurses participate in this program. This is Healthy Nurse, Healthy Nation. There is blogs, there are social media challenges, there's communities to link in and talk to other nurses so that you can get the resources that you need to be healthy across all the spectrums. Which includes mental health, nutrition, physical activity, quality of life, rest, and safety. I know we're working on financial because people have said financial health is very, very important. So that more will come on that one pretty soon. And we also updated our definition of a healthy nurse, which is one who prioritizes striving towards positive physical, mental, social, environmental, and professional well-being. Also, this is actually the American Nurses Foundation, another free service. And I don't have a QR code on this one, but I'm sorry. But when it comes to well-being, you can get peer and leadership support. Developed by nurses for nurses, it utilizes the stress first aid model that's been used by military and first responders, but built for nurses. And you go to the American Nurses Foundation and you can get all of these resources as well for free. And additionally, how many people know this lovely woman on Dr. Christine Pavlico? She will be here this week at the ANCC booth. And unfortunately, I have to go to DC tonight because I have an ANCC board meeting tomorrow morning. So I'm not gonna be able to see her. But she has done some amazing work creating the Ati and Kuya program. I'm like, I know I'm gonna mess that wording up. And so she even put down her phone number for you. So take a picture, connect with her. She'll be at the ANCC booth about all the resources because she knows how stressful it is coming into the United States, being away from your family, being away from friends. The culture is different. And they'll be able to provide another level of resource and program. And there's many of the chapters that have adopted this program as well. So the global perspective, this is ICN. This was Helsinki, the beginning of June. So the American Nurses Association is the member nation to the ICN. We had 130 nations there, over 7,000 nurses. The very first part of ICN is the CNR, which is the Congress that votes on issues and votes on different things. And then, of course, people attend the symposiums and the research conference later on. But it's always fascinating to hear all about nurses around the world and what is going on. And you realize we are so much more similar than we are different. And it doesn't matter what continent you are on, but we all are these wonderful nurses. And so we have such a global perspective. So through advocacy, we can all make a difference. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the current advocacy that we're doing and what you might be able to do at a state level and a federal level. And I would invite you, this is my husband. He is also a nurse. Come to DC. So this was Hill Day a couple of years ago when, well, every June we go to the Hill. This year we had, I think, over 500 nurses. Here's Hill Day from this year. Over 500 nurses go to the Hill and visit 80 members of Congress, the actual members of Congress. And at first, because of what was going on, they were just about to vote for HR 1 and the Medicaid cuts. And so we were kind of going into some unfamiliar territory because we hear all these things in the news about people not wanting to talk to people, or we were welcomed very well. Every nurse said they had a great interaction and great communication with all of their members, and people genuinely wanted to hear the stories of the nurses. That's your power. The individual stories that you have about your patients, about those who can't afford their medication, or those who didn't have insurance, go on, and those are what Congress remembers. We can give them all the statistics and research, but they're going to remember your story. It's so powerful. I think my biggest story was before some of the Medicaid expansion was I had a patient, I was in charge of the care management department. We had a patient come to the ER who had no insurance, and she had breast cancer, but she had waited so long to come in and to get treatment. The tumor had actually gone through her skin, and she only had a couple months to live because she was so afraid to come in and have anything cost. So those are the stories that people remember about why we need preventative services, why we need to take care of people, because there's no reason that women should have died in the United States. So as you know, we've got some interesting times in our government, state level and our federal times. But our mission, as I said, stays the same, particularly related to DEI. We're going to continue to move forward with all of our work on DEIB. Whatever words we use, this work is very important to us. And it's important to a lot of members in Congress. And I think people may not know this, but we have a nursing caucus, and it's bipartisan and bicameral. Bicameral means we have one in the House and we have one in the Senate on the federal side. And they are co-led by Republican and Democrats. So we need everyone at the table to be able to help move our nursing legislation and priorities forward. Here in that first picture is Representative Jen Keegans from Virginia. She is a nurse practitioner. She is Republican. And I think not that photo, but another photo, maybe I passed it, was Lauren Underwood. And Lauren Underwood is an RN who's a Democrat in the House from Illinois. And so those individuals co-chair the nursing caucus in the House to come together on important nursing issues and move and put bills forward. So we're in the 119th Congress. Congress runs every 2 years, which is different than states. Every state does something slightly different with their sessions. Congress runs in 2-year sessions. So that means whatever we're working on, we have till December 31st, 2026 to have the president sign it. If it does not get signed, it goes back to square one and we have to start the process all over again, which is not fun, which is sometimes good that things take so long, and at other times I'm glad that things take as long as it does. So these are the things kind of general we're working on, and I'll talk a little quicker about some of them. HR 1 passed. But it's in a reconciliation process, which means between the House and the Senate, they have to kind of agree and disagree on some of the things and come together with one still and work out some of the details. There's still some details working, but a lot of this was fanfare as well, because they wanted to come out with a bill that said we cut all these things. But between now and the end of the year, as they're working on that budget, they're already reintroducing stuff they cut and putting stuff back in because they know they need it. And so we'll see where this goes. It's really going to be hard to understand the total impact of Medicaid cuts because every state does something slightly different with their funding. Some states can afford to cover the cuts and some states can't. And the provider tax credit is definitely an interesting component, and we'll see how that plays out. Two, I think, pieces of that bill, which might be of interest to this group particularly, is that there is no tax on overtime from 2025 to 2028 or 9. Can't remember, and then it sunsets. But it's no tax on overtime with a limit to $12,000. So you can own, so there's a limit to the no tax on overtime, which I think becomes a write-off. And then of course there's caps for salary. So if you're making over a certain amount of money, then you're exempt from that rule. The second one is important too. And in this bill got passed, there is now an excise tax on money sent abroad at 1%. So if you send money home or send it back to the Philippines, you now have to pay a 1% excise tax on top of the money that you sent home. So that's an interesting thing that got put in the bill. This is one of the things that we've tried to reintroduce, and we're lucky because Senator Collins, Republican from Maine, who's in charge of appropriations, is the one that got this ball running. In the original bill of the budget, all of Title VIII got a cut. So over $300 million got cut. And this is the linchpin for nursing education in the United States. This is loan repayment programs. This is faculty programs, rural health, you name it, there's money in here. The crazy part is physicians get billions of dollars and they're a small fraction of the healthcare providers, and nurses are the majority of the healthcare providers and have just a tiny little bit of money. So this got stripped out of the budget, and we're already working on getting it back in by the end of the year if we're successful. And so if you ever want to write your legislators or write them about this one, it would reauthorize it for 5 years. So we would be covered through the end of 2030. So we're trying to get this back in place. I know schools of nursing are panicking because of the cuts this bill had, the loss of this bill and the loss of this money right now. Protecting nurses from workplace violence. So this is just ensuring that we are preventative in nature, that healthcare organizations have programs and processes in place to help prevent violence from happening in the workplace, because no one deserves to get hit or to have anything happen to them. This has passed the House in 2 prior Congress sessions, twice in a row, 116th and 117th Congress. We got it passed in the House, but it always dies in the Senate. So we're hoping we can make some movement on this one, introducing it a 3rd time. This bill is specifically about removing outdated barriers for care related to APRNs, nurse practitioners, CRNAs, CNMs, and CNSs. For example, if a nurse practitioner is in a rural community and they have a patient who needs to see diabetic foot care, they can't refer the physician to go get that diabetic foot care. They have to now send the patient to a physician, and that physician then sends them, which makes absolutely no sense. This administration is very big on decreasing regulations, so we have high hope that we can explain how regulations like this are actually costing us so much more money and to decrease these. And so all of this is about getting involved. And so if you haven't heard, Nurses on Boards, how many people have heard about Nurses on Boards Coalition? Excellent. So when we asked Nurses on Board, they currently have 89 PNAA members who have signed up and are on that list saying, I am ready to serve and I want to serve on boards. Of that, 32 are on a board and they want to serve additional boards. So they're so excited about their board service. They're already serving, plus they want to do more. And 22 are waiting. So you go to Nurses on Boards, you sign in, you create your profile, and organizations who want a nurse on their board will reach out to Nurses on Boards to find a match for them. So do consider this, because all of this work that we do, whether it's equity, or whether it's DIAB, it's about legislation advocacy, it all comes together. And that is your power, is that you know the answers to all of this, because if you don't put your answers out there, if you're not at the table, someone else without your knowledge will be at the table for you, making decisions, and you may not like those decisions. So with that, thank you. And I don't know if there's time for questions.
We want to call our president, PNAA president. How many times I've called him this afternoon? And president-elect and Dr. Mary Joy Garcia to present a gift of appreciation for you. Thank you so much. You know how it is to do the pictures. Dr. Kennedy, thank you so much for fighting with us and doing the work with us. We're truly inspired for all the work and the support that you've given Philippine Nurses Association of America. Thank you. And we are going to have our closing remarks. Is Madeline, you able to join us via Zoom?
Yes, hello.
Hello, Tita Madeline. It's Larnie. How are
Hi.
you?
Hi, Larnin, everybody. Greetings from New Jersey.
Yay. Sorry that you are not able to join us, but
I
I'm giving you
know.
the floor to be
Yeah.
part of this afternoon by doing our closing remarks.
I've been with you since morning, and my heart is so full of gratitude. What a day. So PNAA has always worked towards understanding the factors that affect transition, onboarding, and acculturation processes of IENs, and it has given support, education, and research has been done and continue to be done to promote a smoother and easier assimilation to the U.S. workplace. Today, we had a very robust discussion from the different stakeholders and partners in healthcare, our employers, the recruiters, organizations like Insemna and True Merit, hospital executives, labor attaché Debris, Attorney Vin Luan, and of course, you just heard from the ANA president, Dr. Kennedy. We thank our valued guests, their speakers, facilitators, moderators, and of course, all our attendees. That includes webinar attendees that numbered up to 208 at some point today. My special thanks goes to the very hardworking CIPRI Task Force led by Miss Marife Sevilla that has met every Monday 8 p.m. EST since last year. Very hardworking group. And we also thank CIPRI Award and the 3 organizational recipients that collaborated to give you this beautiful summit today. PNAA, PNA New York, and PNA New Jersey. We are inviting you to the next CIPRE Introduction to the Regions of PNAA, and the next one is on October 2 in Maryland for the Eastern Regional Convention. We thank you all for your advocacy for all the IENs. We hope to join you for the beginning of the National Convention tomorrow, weather permitting. Thank you, everybody. God bless us all.
Thank you, Tita Madeline. We're missing you here for sure. Hopefully you can join us for the rest. And now let me call Ms. Lolita Compas for the exciting part, which is how to get your course evaluations and contact hours.
Did you have fun the whole day? Was it successful? Okay, thank you so much for participating for the inaugural Internationally Educated Nurses Summit Policy 2025. For you to get the contact hours, if you have uploaded the HUBA apps, you could go to the agenda today, and then you will go to evaluation. In it, you will see the QR code. You tap the QR code. And then you will have to complete the evaluation, the post-test. If you could do it now, then it's better. You will have to complete that evaluation before getting the certificate of completion. 5.6 contact hours. Now, Sue, can we display the QR code? For those who doesn't have the HUBA application, you could scan it now and you could answer the question. And even today, I think you could complete it. And your certificate will be emailed to you. We want to hear your feedback so we could keep improving our logistics and content. Your feedback will enable us to determine the learning outcomes of this presentation were met and for planning programs in the future. You have up to 2 weeks, up to July 29 to complete this. For those online, you have completed the entire session to get the contact hours. Do we have everybody? Do it now. If you have the HUBA, tap it and the questions will be there. It's a post-test. Simple question that you heard throughout the day. And thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much, Tita Lolit. I know we're coming to a close, but I wanted to do something really special this afternoon because this whole day was planned by a very special group of people. And I just wanted to call them in and for you guys to give them a round of applause because this was not an easy feat to put. So we want to thank the Cypre Program Development Group led by Tita Marife Sevilla. Stand up. Lakasan nyo naman. Program Development Advisors, Dr. Mary Joy Garcia Dia, Lolita Compas, Grant Sponsorship Coordinator, Carmina Bautista. Tita Carmina, she's been running around figuring stuff for us. And of course, the members of the committee from the Eastern region, my president-elect, Jacqueline Schuster. Where is she? Right there, stand up. PNA Western Region, Merly Ramira, Dr. Merly Ramira. PNA South Central Region, Jusil Rice. North Central Region, Janet Pagigan. De facto member, Global Affairs Committee, which we heard, Adeline Yu. The PNAA Regional Vice Presidents, Dr. Warley Remigio. Dr. Riza Mauricio, Manelita Dayon, Maricon Estebar. We want to thank everybody from the bottom of our hearts. And I hope that you're taking home the message that all international educated nurses are fully supported, especially by the Philippine Nurses Association. Dr. Marlon Garcia, we want to thank you for your presence today, and our president-elect, Dr. Bob Gahol. Thank you so much, and we will see you for the rest of the PNAA convention in the next following days. Please make sure to use your Huva app for your schedules, for your comments, upload your profiles, and use it for networking. Good afternoon, I'm Larnie Florencio, and thank you very much. Oh, by the way, facilitators from the Appreciative Inquiry, please stay for debriefing. You don't want to go yet? Go na. Hindi na ako kakanta. Walang entertainment after. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, guys. We'll see you. Oh, I'm so sorry. We need to acknowledge our tech support. Our team who did the Zoom. Thank you so much, Tita Susan Repotente and Tita Jennifer Aying. And Merly Ramirez. And David Yongson. Thank you so much. Oh, and Mr. James Monroe. Thank you. O, sige, pwede na kayo mag-picture taking. Facilitators, you can stay in this table.